自己先乱了。所以面对这样的乱流，下一步国民党应该怎么办？而作为参选人，侯友宜又该做些什么？
对于国民党来讲啊，最重要的就是坚持，只有这样呢，才能使得党内的意志万众归心，才能使得党内的所有的支持者汇集到一点上，全力去支持侯友宜。对于侯友宜来讲呢，自己还需要做出重大的一些努力。那么这个努力呢，第一方面就是到目前为止啊，离选举已经很近了，他的完整的竞选纲领，尤其是未来如果当选之后，到底应该如何去治理岛内呢？如何去这个在两岸之间继续和平发展的道路呢？如何处理好相关的关系，使得台湾处在最小的风暴尖上、最小的那个风暴口上，使得台湾处在更加安全、稳健和发展的道路上呢？这些都需要他做出完整的阐述和回答。第二点就是在国民党内部，在非绿阵营内部进行一个系统的整合。那么这个整合需要他真正的降低这个姿态，弯下腰来，这个用非常低的这个姿态啊，向他的选民们，向他的那些需要整合的力量啊，伸出友谊之手，伸出献义之手。第一个呢就是韩国瑜，第二个呢就是郭台铭，另外呢还有几位政治人物非常重要。这几位政治人物呢，虽然说他们并不是选举当中处在风头浪尖上的人物，但是呢，他们在国民党内部，在泛蓝内部啊，这个凝聚选票，这个稳定庄脚的能力还是非常强的。比如说赵少康，我们都知道赵少康是这个战斗蓝、知识蓝的代表，他的这个呼吁的能力还是非常的强的。再一个呢，就是像卢秀燕，卢秀燕呢在担任台州市长期间啊，这个做的政绩是非常的亮眼的，而且呢本身又是女性。
This is the BBC World Service. We're sad to tell you that on the 15th of July, we are closing our Singapore transmitter, and you'll no longer be able to hear us on this shortwave frequency. You can listen to the BBC World Service 24 hours a day at bbcworldservice.com. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. tried to warm up right next to it, but what a special moment. And I think this is what makes this tournament so special, the way the champion is celebrated, and just everything that goes behind the scenes once the match is over makes this tournament so special. And I believe that was the last time she was holding the original trophy of Wondrosova before he gets her chances again 12 months later, and now talking to the greatest Billie Jean King.
Yeah, she's chatting to Billie Jean King now. She's singing to everyone. Now she's the Wimbledon champion. Daniela, good luck with the game that's coming up. Your match on court very soon. Thank you so much for being with us.
Absolute pleasure.
Daniela Hancock with us, part of our commentary team. Corey, you're staying on just for a few more moments. You've been in action as well here at Wimbledon today. It's been all going on, and it's all about the women's final then. And congratulations to Margita Vondrousova. She is the Wimbledon champion for 2023.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says he will expand his country's humanitarian and non-lethal military support to Ukraine. He's on a surprise visit to Kiev as the UN says Seoul would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets. But there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of ammunition and heavy weapons, as Ukraine and its allies have long called for. Here's James Lander.
I think what's significant is this, the fact that President Zelensky did not make some grand demand saying, we want your weapons, because South Korea has lots of weapons. It has lots of stockpiles of exactly the kind of shells that President Zelensky wants. Now, the fact that President Zelensky didn't ask for those publicly and bang the drum suggests at the moment he is content for South Korea to sell lots of weapons to European countries who need to replenish their own stocks. And the suggestion is, the speculation, the understanding is that some of those weapons enter Ukraine via a third party.
Unprecedented heat waves are plaguing many countries around the world. Nearly a third of Americans are under extreme advisories, with much of Europe also experiencing sweltering temperatures. The BBC is Stephanie Prentis with James.
But experts say that human-caused warming is exacerbating this, and we know that the oceans are also heating up. Water temperatures in Florida, they were recently registered over 32 degrees, and the mud this year is being described as being set for exceptionally high surface temperatures.
Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their cars, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Pyongyang region. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people in 3 days. Jason Lee reports.
South Korea is used to heavy rain during the summer season, but rising temperatures from global warming has made these downpours more intense in recent years. Over the last 3 days, nearly 50 centimeters of rain have fallen in some areas. Crops and roads have been swept away. Most train services have been suspended. Thousands were ordered to evacuate before a dam overflowed in the central region of Kranji.
Tennis, and Margita Vondrousova has won Wimbledon, becoming the first unseeded player to win the women's singles title in the professional era. The 24-year-old from the Czech Republic beat Tunisia's Ons Jabeur 6-4, 6-4. Jabeur was left runner-up for the second successive year. She'd been bidding to become the first Arab or African woman to win a Grand Slam title. News from the BBC. Pope Francis has approved the new Bishop of Shanghai. The Vatican criticized the Chinese authorities for appointing him without its involvement. The Vatican said China had violated bilateral accords by transferring Bishop Joseph Shun to his new post. The Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, stressed the need for open dialogue to prevent disagreements and misunderstandings. The man who had been expected to burn a Torah and a Bible in Stockholm has not carried out the threatened act. He arrived at the site near the Israeli embassy where he had been given permission to carry out a demonstration, but said no holy books should be burned, and condemned the way a copy of the Quran had been set on fire in the city last month. Speaking to reporters, the man, identified only as Arvlad, said his intention had been to respond to that action by highlighting the need to respect all religions and their holy books.
In Rita, I wanted to show that we have to respect each other, that we live in the same society. If I ban the Torah, someone else the Bible, someone else the Quran, there will be war here. What I wanted to show is that it's not right to do that.
There's been weekend travel chaos in Italy and Belgium due to airport and airline staff strikes. Almost 250,000 travellers were left stranded in Italy after 1,000 domestic and international flights were cancelled. Meanwhile, in Belgium, 120 flights, which were supposed to depart and arrive from Brussels Charleroi Airport, were cancelled because of a strike by Ryanair pilots. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he has been taken to hospital. Mr. Netanyahu's office says he's in good condition and undergoing assessment. A little earlier, Israeli media reported Mr. Netanyahu had been taken unwell, but that he was fully conscious as he was taken to hospital. BBC.
On radio, online, and on mobile. This is Sport World on the BBC World Service.
Hello, I'm Lee James. We're live on Centre Court for the Wimbledon Finals weekend, and already today, Markéta Vondrousova of the Czech Republic has become the first unseeded player to win the Wimbledon women's singles title. Here's the match-winning note. Match point number 2, 40-15. This for the championship. Into the net. No, it's over the net from Mel Chaper. On the run it goes. The put away. Markéta Vondrousova falls to the floor. She is a history-maker here at Wimbledon. Yes, Vondrousova, age 24, 42nd in the world, has had her injury problems over the last 12 months, but she handled the nerves on her better today. Mel Chaper, a runner-up then for the second year running, 6-4, 6-4. The victory for Vondrousova, having overcome those injury problems, including missing the tournament here 12 months ago. She has lifted the Venus Rosewater dish.
After everything I've been through, I had a calf last year this time, so I'm just, it's amazing that I can stand here and hold it. Tennis is crazy. The comebacks aren't easy, you never know what to expect, and after the second one, I was playing the small tournament, I was hoping I can come back at this level, and now this is happening.
Markéta Vondrousova, who has lifted the Venus Rosewater dish here on Centre Court, and to the fans that gather outside the balcony on Centre Court, and her name is on the honours board. And what an achievement from the Czech player. 10-time Grand Slam doubles champion Cara Black is alongside me here on Sports One on Centre Court. And if you consider what she's had to go through, Cara, over the last 12 months or so, her wrist was in a plaster cast here. She missed the tournament 12 months ago. And here she is now, the Grand Slam champion.
No, incredible, Lee. No, what a match from her today out there. She was very solid. She held those nerves, which we all thought would get to her at some point. She was very strong, and I think, as she said, tennis is crazy, and it is. You win and you lose. You have these massive moments of adrenaline, and then you have these massive downs. So I think for her to come back after being out for 6 months with another wrist injury, and to come back again and have another chance to play, and she's really stepped out there today and just showed such strength.
Yeah, for you, what made the difference then in this final today?
I think, just with Ons, just unfortunately not handling the occasion so well. I think she's kind of thinking possibly too much on their last 2 occasions when they've met this year. I think there was a couple of little funky things there that weren't quite. Ons was just feeling uncomfortable with. I thought with her game plan, she was a little bit unclear, and not being consistent and solid, and I think that's what Markéta just came out here to do today, and she knew what she had to do. She stuck with it. She was consistent. She gave Ons a few opportunities in the first set where Ons had those chances, but when she didn't take them, she's like, right, well, I'm gonna take it now, and she did that. She stepped up so well and performed an incredible performance throughout the rest of the match, and then Ons just had it in ebbs and flows, and I think she just couldn't find that consistency, and like I said before, she was really struggling emotionally and looking to her box, and in the end just decided, no, I've got to just knuckle down here and just try and do it on my own. But that's, Markéta did that overall, and mentally that's where it came in today.
So for Ons then, was the game plan not the correct one? Was it not implemented correctly by ons? What do you think was the problem here, or was it just the case of the nerves and the occasion overwhelmed her?
I think it was just mainly the nerves and the occasion. And I think Marketa just being so solid, ons just got a little bit frazzled by her not giving her any cheap points, and especially like you said, she had those few opportunities. When she didn't get them, she just kind of imploded a little bit. We could see that frustration coming out in her, and we have seen that a little bit throughout this year with ons. I know she's also had a few battles with injuries, and that's the last time they played, both of them together. She wasn't quite 100%, so I think she needed to give herself the benefit of the doubt there. But I think she just got confused and not very clear-headed at all, which is understandable. But just not being in the moment and being able to take those chances when she had them.
Yeah, she looked absolutely heartbroken afterwards, as you'd well imagine, her head bowed, and she said afterwards, didn't she, Cara, this is very tough. She described it as the most painful loss of her career. She was aiming, of course, to make history, become the first African or Arab woman to win a Grand Slam singles title. You've done it in doubles. Do you feel that the expectation was perhaps getting to her a little bit? It's been talked about so much in the media, she can't escape from all that. Maybe when she gets to these major final occasions, can it sometimes become a factor, do you think?
Yeah, I think she's just got to... Now she's, as we said, she's made 3 Grand Slam finals in the last 12 months, but she's got to really give herself a pat on the back for that. And when she's, in her next final, which I'm certain she's going to get to, she's just got to go out there and just remember why she played tennis. I think that she loves the sport, she loves the game, and just try to put all... She's done so much already off court and on court, for Tunisia, for Africa, for women's tennis. She's got to know that just winning is just the cherry on the cake now, and just go out there and play her game, which we all love to see so much. And yes, she's such a natural free player with so much variety, and she's just got to find that love and enjoy that challenge and try to just really simplify it when she gets out there.
You've appeared in so many major finals. Is it going to get harder, though, for her, the fact that now she's thinking, well, I've done this 3 times and it's not worked out? Last year she saw Elena Rybakina come into her first final and win it. Now Marketa Vondrousova, second major final, and has come through and won. Does it get harder for her now?
I think, now she's just got to, like we said, she's just got to stop thinking so much when she gets to that point and just be okay with just going out there and playing her game. Yes, mentally it will be a little bit of a factor knowing that she's played 3 finals and hasn't won one, but knowing that, like we've said, the results that she's had, she's got to keep looking at the positives, and she's working so hard with her team mentally. I know that she's going to write a book about all the stuff that they've been talking about, and it really does come down to that. But I think she is so strong, as we've seen, and today, unfortunately, were just a couple of things that were just, with Vondrousova being lefty and playing a lefty on grass and no pressure out there, and her having lost those first 2 matches to her earlier in the year. I think those are kind of things playing on her mind, plus all the expectations she was putting on herself. So I think the next time round she's just got to really simplify it as much as possible.
In front of us on centre court now, I should say, we have got another final. This is the men's doubles final now. The number 1 seeds, Wesley Koolhof of the Netherlands and Neil Skupski of Great Britain, are taking on the Spanish-Argentine pairing of Marcel Granollers and Horacio Ceballos. That's just getting underway in front of us on centre court. But a thought from you, Cara, on Vondrousova now. We saw the emotion from the players' box. It's become a bit of a tradition, hasn't it, to try and clamber up there now to go and give them all a hug, which she managed to do. Her husband, Stefan, came into London. He'd been in Prague. It's been talked about a lot. He was looking after their pet cat. So what an occasion for her. And where does she go from here now? She's now a major Grand Slam champion. Perhaps not expecting that, was she?
No, I think, like we said, she was so calm and composed out there today. Like her husband only just flew in for the finals, and she just has had no expectation, and I think she's handled it just beautifully, just staying with friends down in Southfields and not practicing on the same court. She was warming up on the whole week today and choosing not to practice under the roof on centre court or warm up this morning, just keeping her routines the same and not yeah, that expectation level I think is huge, and mentally, as we know, it's just you've got to go out there being as clear-headed as you can. But I think for her going forward now, she's really got to try and build on this, and hopefully she stays physically fit. And but mentally, she showed incredible strength out there, and if she can keep playing like that and holding her nerve and having that strength, she's got more trophies to be held.
Yeah, she'll be lifting some more if this display today is anything to go by. Marketa Vondrousova, the Wimbledon champion. Speaking of finals, you've got another one coming up, Cara, haven't you, this weekend? After your victory today with Caroline Wozniak.
Oh gosh, it's been a busy week on court, but a lot of fun. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of playing with Caroline Wozniak, who, as we all know, is making a comeback in the next few weeks. So it's been a privilege playing alongside her, and yeah, we're waiting to see who will play in the final tomorrow. Either my former partner Sonia Merther and Joanna Konta, or Kim Clijsters, or Martina and Martina. I was going to say Navratilova, Hingis, sorry. So yeah, that'll be a bit of fun out there again tomorrow, and we'll see what the weather brings, if we're going to have the roof open or the roof closed.
Yeah, we've had a roof closed for the final today. Must be wonderful to come back. You've won the title here, of course, before in the doubles and around the world in Grand Slams, to come back and play on occasions like this.
Oh, absolutely. We pinch ourselves every year, all our invitational players, to come back and experience it all again, and have the privilege of having the player badge and getting all the privileges you get that comes with that, and yeah, sitting alongside you in the commentary box, and it's so wonderful, and obviously getting out there on the court, and we've had such spectacular crowds. It's been great, and yeah, just the tennis is just so, we can't get enough of it.
Well, you can get to the locker room then, because Daniela Hantuchová let us into a secret. Her tactic was make sure her locker was right next to Marketa Vondrousova. So that is where she's going to be, hoping to get her hands on the Venus Rosewater dish. See what you can do in the locker room, Cara.
Yeah, we're all going to grab a glass of champagne with her.
Why not? Now go and celebrate with her. Cara, thank you so much as always.
Thanks, Lee. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cara Black with us then on centre court, after maybe after the champagne in the locker room. Why not, with the Wimbledon champion? We've got more reaction. We'll try and hear again from Marketa Vondrousova. She'll be speaking to the world's media, of course. She's got a lot of duties, a lot of things going on, and now she is the Wimbledon champion. Let's just move away from tennis, though. We're going to head to Australia next on Sports World, because we're just 5 days away from the Women's World Cup getting underway. The co-hosts finalised their preparations with a 1-0 win over France in front of a crowd of more than 50,000 in Melbourne on Friday. Let's hear from the goal scorer, Mary Fowler. She says the Matildas fed off their home support.
I think all of us are just kind of looking forward to it. It's, having a home crowd does make such a difference, and I think for us, it's just super special to be able to play in front of, your family and friends, and to have the support of the country with you there. I think it just gave us a taste of what's coming.
That is Mary Fowler, and listening to that is Samantha Lewis, football writer for the ABC, who joins us from Melbourne. And it is a little taste of what's to come, Samantha, isn't it? Because it set a record, biggest ever crowd for a standalone Matildas game in Australia. We've got 80,000 expected for the opening game of the World Cup against Ireland. There's a real sense now, Samantha, the excitement is building towards kick-off.
Absolutely. I think this game against France on Friday night was the first sort of appetizer for, particularly for home fans heading into this Women's World Cup. It's been a little bit quiet in the build-up to the tournament, I've got to say, but this game against France, I think especially because it was the first friendly that the Matildas have played in a couple of months as well, to do it in Melbourne in front of 50,000 people at a huge stadium, and to play the way that they played and secure a win against the world number 5 ranked France. All of it seems to sort of fall into place at exactly the right time, which is it's a really good, actually, metaphor for the Matildas more generally in terms of their longer process building into this World Cup. But as you said, 80,000 people expected to turn out in just 5 days' time now. So the current record is not going to stand for very long.
It's certainly not. And you mentioned the performances there. The Matildas have now beaten 4 top 10 teams in the last 12 months. They've got to be full of confidence then going into the tournament.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This was one of the big tasks of Tony Gustafsson, the head coach, when he was first appointed at the end of 2020. Football Australia gave him a performance gap report, research that had been done into the history of the team. And one of the big lessons from that report was that Australia had traditionally really struggled against top-ranked opposition, and particularly opposition against Europe in major tournaments. And so when Gustafsson came on board, one of his first jobs was to try and create a calendar, a schedule of games against teams like this that we were going to be facing come the Women's World Cup proper. And so they played the hardest schedule of matches against top 10 opposition over the course of their history. And at the very start, there were some very expected growing pains, I think. There were some very heavy losses and some performances that left a lot of room for improvement. But over the course of the longer process, we've really started to see things turn around, particularly in the last 6 to 8 months. As you mentioned before, that number of those big wins came in that time period, including that famous 2-0 victory over the Lionesses earlier this year. So coming into the Women's World Cup, the Matildas really feel like they're peaking at exactly the right time.
What would you say then, Samantha, are the expectations on this Australian team?
Yeah, it's a great question. The Matildas have never progressed further than a quarterfinal in the history of the Women's World Cup, and obviously now that the tournament's expanded to 32 teams, that makes it a little bit trickier. But given the momentum that the team currently have, and given the kind of football that they've been playing, and also given the depth of the squad, which is something that the Matildas have historically also struggled with, I think this is a team that can go the furthest that any Matildas team has ever gone. I think the expectation from those of us who work in football is that the quarterfinal at the very least is probably where we like to see them, but it obviously depends on the permutations of the groups and the kinds of opposition that they could face in the poignant end of the tournament. So if they were to get to the semi-finals, to the top 4, and bow out against a fantastic German side or a fantastic USA side, I don't think anyone would have any problems with that.
So they're looking for a good run, they're looking for a successful tournament, and Mary Fowler scoring the winner there after Sam Kerr and Caitlin Ford have come off. But Sam Kerr remains the iconic leader, doesn't she, of this Matildas team? What's the pressure like on her in particular then, as the face really of the World Cup?
Yeah, she is the face of the World Cup, and really she's the face of women's football in a lot of ways. So the pressure on Sam Kerr to perform, I think, is extremely high, especially given she's in her peak performance years, and she's absolutely flying with Chelsea FC. So there are a lot of eyes on Sam Kerr, but I think the great thing about her being part of this team is that it doesn't feel like it's all on her. It doesn't feel like this is Sam Kerr's Matildas. She is part of a team. She's part of a group of women who she's actually grown up with. This is a core group of players who got their start over 10 years ago in the Matildas. They've really come through the system with each other. They trust one another. They've been there for one another on and off the field. So when Sam Kerr steps into that Matildas team, when she pulls on that Australia jersey, yeah, she's the captain, she's one of the leaders, but she's not the only player who's out there. She's part of a bigger unit, and I think the Matildas, particularly over the past year, have really adapted themselves and found ways to, I guess, mitigate the fact that Sam Kerr is going to be a huge targeted player. This is what happens when you're as good a player as what Sam Kerr is. You've got a target on your back, and we saw exactly that consequence against France the other night. We saw her pretty much well marked out of the game. We can expect a very similar kind of thing, I think, heading into this Women's World Cup, where she's going to be one of the players that a number of defenders are going to keep an eye on. But the great thing about the Matildas' work over the past year is that we've actually got a lot more attacking weapons to look out for, and Sam Kerr is very aware of that as well.
Thanks to the ABC's Sam Lewis. We're talking there about Sam Kerr. Well, in the next hour of Sports World, we've got a special documentary all about her. Sam Kerr, the making of Matilda, just to whet the appetite ahead of the Women's World Cup, which gets underway on Thursday. Now, let's turn our attention to athletics. We're going to take you to Paris on Sports World, where the evening session on day 8 of the World Para-Athletics Championships will be getting underway shortly. Ed Harry and Adi Anadoin are there.
Yes, thank you, Lee, and welcome to Stade Charlotte. Yes, you join us in the interval before the evening session. 15 gold medals on offer later this evening. The action will get underway in just over an hour's time. Before that, a chance to reflect on some of the brilliant performances we've seen over the last 24 hours. Commentator Ed Harry is alongside me. Now, Ed, one of the biggest crossover stars here in Paris is the German long jumper Marcus Riem. Below the knee amputee, he's not only the world record holder in his classification, he's also produced the longest jump in the world this year, be it in para-athletics or world athletics events. And last night, he showed his class again.
He was absolutely fantastic. He won with a leap of 8 meters 49. A distance he actually registered twice, first in the 5th round, then again in the final round, the 6th round. And you mentioned his world record. That's 8 meters and 72, which he improved just a few weeks ago, jumping at a meet in Germany. He won last night by 1 meter and 10 centimeters from his nearest challenger, an American called Derek Loxodon. A lot of is expected of Derek Loxodon. He was a college football player with the University of Central Oklahoma. He was involved in a train accident. He lost his foot, and then with further surgery, he's lost most of his lower left leg. He's one for the future, maybe, but I think it's worth making the point as we look at Marcus Ream, his career, the kind of distances he's jumping. This idea, perhaps people think if you take up on your carbon fibre blade, it's easy, anyone can jump a long way. Well, demonstrably, when the next best person in the field is over 1 metre behind you, it isn't easy. He's an exceptional talent, and those arguments that World Athletics has examined over the years as to whether they should allow him to compete in their events, and they've decided not to. They look at two things. His speed on the runway isn't as quick because he's running with one prosthesis. However, because he takes off on that prosthesis, even though he himself has submitted evidence collected by a Japanese science documentary crew to put his case to World Athletics believes that that evidence is inconclusive, that the disadvantage with the lesser speed on the runway is not balanced out by the perceived advantage of taking off on that blade, which will always behave the same way and never fatigue.
So Marcus Ream won last night, set a new championship record in doing so. He was a man in demand in the mixed zone afterwards. That's the area trackside where we speak to the athletes after their events. He must have been there for well over 40 minutes answering questions. And when I caught up with him, I asked him what he thinks his limits might be.
That's exactly the big question, the question I'm always asking myself too, and also the question that motivates me. Many years ago in London 2012, somebody asked me if I think that ever a Paralympian can jump 8 meters, and I said, yeah, one day there will be an athlete who does it. And we did it, and then we ended up 850, and now 872, and we'll see. The fire inside is still burning, and I hope we can go even further for the next years. On the way back from the world record of 872, I already was sitting with my coach in the car, and we discussed what can we make even better, and I think that explains a lot of the spirit that we have. We could see that the 872, I lost a lot during the landing, and that made me, to be honest, start dreaming about the legendary distances. Who knows? I mean, for these distances, we need good conditions. Only 8 athletes in the world ever jump further. And I think although this year didn't jump anybody further than this distance today, so I think we're in a great form. And I'm definitely going to attempt to go even further next year and maybe to attack the very big distances.
9 meters will be phenomenal. I mean, I was checking where 872 would have got you in the Olympics. You would have won every single Olympic Games going back to 1988 with that kind of distance. You talk about legendary jumpers. Carl Lewis, Mike Powell. Mike Powell's world record is still out there in terms of world athletics. I mean, do you think you can jump further than that?
If I wouldn't start dreaming, I think I would be an athlete. So, yeah, if I come that close now, 872, of course, like 20 centimeters or, 23, it's really a lot in our sport. But I've seen what I've lost during the landing. I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for this distance. And, yeah, we're going to work on that. We're going to work on that landing. We're going to work on that speed. And I hope that next year we come even closer. And, yeah, it is to go 880, 890, maybe 895.
Now, one thing that, when I've spoken to you over the years, you're talking about bringing visibility to the sport, showing what para-athletes can do. For many years, you campaigned about competing on things like Diamond League. Have you given all that up now, or do you still harbour hopes of doing that one day?
I still have hopes. I mean, it would be great also to compete at the Diamond League meetings, for example, or to have your own competition. That would be also fine, like the blade jumping, in the Diamond League. Why not? I think we should promote our sport. It would be a great platform for a Paralympic sport. And that's actually my bigger goal. So I always said Olympic Games would be great to compete at because I would like to use the huge stage that you have. But I think if we jump also in our competition such distances, we make clear that if you want to see huge distances, if you want to see a nice and entertaining competition, you should come to the Paralympic Games.
That's world champion Marcus Ream there. I don't know about you, Ed, but when I was speaking to him and I asked him that question about the Diamond League, I know he said he still hopes to do it. I just got the impression that maybe mentally he's moved on from that.
Yeah, I think that in terms of that approach to world athletics and submitting evidence as he did, probably around about the time of the Rio Paralympic Games, I think he has moved on from that. And I think the appeal now isn't to reopen that dialogue with World Athletics. It's more to open a dialogue with promoters. Come and put me and my fellow blade jumpers in our own event, or feature me in your events. Find a way to give the public something that Marcus Ream thinks they want to see. And on the evidence of last night, when he was there for over an hour, by far the most popular athlete here all week, with members of the international press and with those assembled in the stadium, I think a lot of people would like to see him jumping more often in front of more TV cameras to bigger audiences.
Now, another big talking point this week has been the performance of the Ukrainian team. Despite the challenges back home with the ongoing invasion by Russia, they have done very well. Won another gold medal earlier today, Ed.
That's right. The latest gold medal came in the F-35 shot put. That's one of the standing throws for athletes with cerebral palsy or similar conditions. Maria Pomazan winning that latest gold. What it's done, Addy, is leave Ukraine now fourth outright in the medal standings. That was their seventh gold. They got 5 silvers and 6 bronze as well. Only the United States, Brazil and China, who top the table, have more medals than that. And of course, we don't have Russia or Belarus in this medals table. They have been banned from International Paralympic Committee sanctioned events since last year, since the invasion of Ukraine. However, an independent appeals tribunal found in favour of a Russian and Belarusian challenge to that suspension. It means that when the IPC's General Assembly next meets, that is at the end of September in Bahrain, they will consider the issue once again of the membership of Russia and of Belarus.
Now, Ksenia Krybienko is the team leader of the Ukrainian para-athletics team here. I asked her what the reaction will be if the vote ends up being in favour of allowing Russian and Belarusian athletes to compete here in Paris at next year's Paralympics, whether it be under their country's flags or as neutrals.
I think it's really an unthinkable situation, because if IOC and IPC decide to allow Russian and Belarus athletes to compete even as a neutral athlete, that will give the ground to Russian civilians to believe the world still would like to have the relation with Russia, even despite their aggression. So we have a lot of questions to IPC and their decision on that question, and hope that during the General Assembly the countries will support Ukraine and will vote against Russian and Belarus athletes, even as a neutral athlete.
Ksenia Krybienko there from the Ukrainian para-athletics team. Ed, I mentioned there are plenty of gold medals on offer tonight. Pick out a few athletes we should be looking out for.
We were talking about Marcus Ream with his 6 long jump gold medals in a row, in the last 3 Paralympic gold medals as well. Omara Durand of Cuba, who is a sprinter in the middle of the 3 visual impairment classifications, Addy, has an outstanding record. She has done the 100, 200 and 400 metre treble at the last 3 editions of the Worlds and at the last 2 editions of the Paralympic Games. She already has a 400 metre gold from these championships. It's her 4th world title in the 400 in a row. She has her 100 metres tonight, and then she's got her 200 metres on Monday. And then we've got a really interesting tussle in one of the wheelchair 800 metre races. Brent Lakatos of Canada has won this particular race at the last 3 World Championships. He's also the event's world record holder. But Pongsakorn Peo of Thailand is the reigning Paralympic champion from Tokyo, a race in which Lakatos took the silver. And silver has been the story of Lakatos' week here, finishing behind Peo in the 400 metres and behind Marcel Hug in the 1500 metres. So Peo against Lakatos, another of those ones I'm really looking forward to.
And Lee, you might be able to hear the DJ trying to gee up the crowd here. We've got 2 full days of competition left. Lots of people waving French flags in the crowd. They're yet to win a gold medal. Could tonight be the night they break that duck?
You certainly don't get this on centre court, Addy, with that music pumping out, but I enjoyed it in Paris. Thank you so much, Addy Anadoy and Ed Harry. Yes, rather more sedate here on centre court now after all that, but we have got a final taking place in front of us, the men's doubles final. Ata Marketa Vondrosova on the women's final in straight sets over Tunisia's Angebour. We're going to look ahead to the men's final. Live commentary coming up on Sunday from 13 GMT. The top 2 in the world, Novak Djokovic, 7-time champion here at Wimbledon, and Carlos Alcaraz in that final. We'll look ahead to that and hear from a Wimbledon champion all before the end of this hour. Now, though, we're less than a week away from the final men's golf major of the year, the Open Championship. Some of the world's best finalising their preparations at the Scottish Open this weekend. World number 3, Rory McIlroy, will start Sunday's final round with a one-shot lead over South Korea's Tom Kim. McIlroy 13 under for the tournament, a 3-under par 67 in the third round today, so he's got that one-shot advantage. England's Tommy Fleetwood, though, posted the lowest score of the day. He'll head into the final day tied for third on 11 under. Our golf correspondent Ian Carter joins us from the Renaissance Club in Scotland. So no change at the top of the leaderboard then, Ian, with McIlroy's one-shot advantage, but he's coming under pressure, isn't he, in particular from Tom Kim and that strong chasing pack.
Yes, Kim rounded in 67 today, and as you mentioned, Tommy Fleetwood with his 63, but just go a little further down the leaderboard, and he's got a couple of major winners in Scotty Scheffler, rounding 67 today to get to 10 under par. And Shane Lowry, the Irishman, who seems to come good at this time of the year, a 65 for him. So he moved to 10 under within 3 shots of the lead. Hostile conditions expected tomorrow. McIlroy's doing plenty right at the moment. He perhaps feels that he could be a little better off than he is if his putter had behaved a little better over the last couple of days. Rounds of 64, 66, and now this 67. Got off to a really good start. The first 10 or 11 holes were really excellent. Had to hang on to his round a little bit towards the end. But this is building up into a very decent warm-up, if nothing else, ahead of the Open next week.
You mentioned the difficulty in the conditions. There are early tee times for the third round, and there will be again on Sunday due to the weather. There's a number of players in that chasing pack then. Do you think the conditions, though, could play a part during Sunday's final round?
I think they inevitably will. If the forecast is correct, winds basically of over 40 miles per hour. And it will be a struggle if the balls start moving on the greens, it will be a struggle for them to complete the tournament, and obviously a huge time pressure with the Open only next week. So I think it's going to be a massive influence on events tomorrow. I think the fear for the players is that the wind can play havoc with a player's rhythm and with their swing, and that's the last thing that they will want ahead of a major championship such as the Open. But they do a good job of compartmentalising, and McIlroy was saying to me again today that, you know, it's all about getting the job done here at the Scottish Open. He's never won in Scotland, which is a curious anomaly really for such a successful career. So he'd dearly love to add a 16th European Tour title to his resume. This, of course, is also counting on the PGA Tour as well. So it is a big event in its own right. But all of the players know that tomorrow morning they're going to have to battle some really difficult conditions.
And, of course, all about the Open coming up. And McIlroy won the Open at Hoylake back in 2014, obviously hoping he can repeat that next week in the kind of form to suggest that he could.
Very much so, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that he's desperate to win, because he's come so close. He finished third at the Open last year when he was overtaken by Cameron Smith, and only last month finished second to Wyndham Clark at the US Open. He's been knocking very, very loudly on the major tour for quite some time now, and it's extraordinary to think 9 years since his last major success. So I think there is desperation there. How he channels that is going to be key. And, of course, so many other great players in fine form at the moment. Not least Cameron Smith, who's playing on the LIV Tour, won last time out there, and I think is many people's favourite to go back-to-back with the Open, given the level of his form, not just on LIV, but also in the majors where he's been trending very well as well.
Ian, thank you. That's Ian Carter at the Renaissance Club in Scotland ahead of that final round on Sunday and the final men's major of the year, the Open Championship, beginning on Thursday. Now, in the Rugby Championship, pressure continues to mount on Australia's head coach, Eddie Jones. His side were beaten 34-31 by Argentina in Sydney this Saturday. New Zealand on course to retain the title after beating South Africa 35-20 in Auckland to make it 2 wins out of 2. The South Africa coach, Jacques Nienaber, says poor start to the game cost them.
If you're going to play catch-up rugby, I think in the World Cup from now on out, it's tough to get a foothold in. I must say I'm proud of the guys, how we get back. I think we scored, scored 20 for us, so we scored 17 in the second half, so we actually got a little bit back into it, yeah, but unfortunately we didn't step in the first inning.
Also today, Arsenal have announced the signing of England midfielder Declan Rice from West Ham in a deal reported to be worth more than $137 million. Rice says his ambition is to play at the highest level. That's behind the decision to seek a new challenge away from West Ham. Fabinho has been left out of Liverpool's squad for a training camp in Germany, following a $52 million bid for the midfielder from the Saudi Arabian club Al Ittihad. Captain Jordan Henderson has also been linked with a move to the Saudi Pro League, but he is among the Liverpool players who have travelled. Now, we're all set for a blockbuster men's final on Sunday. We've got the top two in the world meeting here on centre court. In front of me, the young pretender versus the GOAT. Novak Djokovic will play his record 35th major final, looking for his record equalling 24th Grand Slam title, and his 8th here at Wimbledon. While Carlos Alcaraz will contest only his second major final, but he has already, at the age of 19, won the US Open last year with his maiden major win. There are 16 years between them. No lack of respect, though. In a moment, the upcoming Prince. First, the undisputed king.
Yes, I do have more experience playing in many more Grand Slam or Wimbledon finals than him, but, still he's in great shape. He's very motivated. He's young. He's hungry. I'm hungry, too, so let's have a feast.
It's tough to think that he's a normal. He's a human being, it's tough to think about it, but I have to do as better as I can to think that I can beat him. I'm able to win the title, and I'll try to do it before the final. Esto solo es el comienzo. Vamos!
This is just the beginning, says Carlos Alcaraz. It's the beginning of his Wimbledon story. Can he win his first Wimbledon title? Hugely anticipated, of course, this final. I think it is the one that many people wanted and perhaps expected as well. That's the point I put to the 1987 Wimbledon champion, Pat Cash.
Well, of course, it was exciting at the beginning of the tournament. I don't know if anybody really expected it. We thought Novak would get to the final, and we're sort of wondering whether, Carlos Alcaraz could produce, his best tennis on the grass. And boy, has he performed. He's overperformed as far as I was concerned, and he just seems to be getting better. The semi-final performance was absolutely outstanding. It really was, and Novak's semi-final performance was definitely below his best. So if you look at that, the two semi-finals, it brings up an interesting conversation.
But when Novak Djokovic walks onto centre court, knowing he's not lost for 10 years, what must that do to you as a player? Does he have that aura of invincibility?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think if you're looking at Alcaraz down the other end, I don't think he's going to be feeling that. He'll be doing the analysis of the semi-final, seeing what worked, what didn't. He'll also be looking at the previous matches that Novak has played against big-hitting players, as Alcaraz is, and there was Rublev who grabbed a set. There was Hurkacz who grabbed 2 sets. So I don't think Novak's invincible by any stretch of the imagination. I think he's unbelievably good under pressure, Novak. We know that, and he needs to be getting into those situations where you can play tiebreakers or break points, scrape balls back, and that's what he does best. He kind of, at times, Novak wins ugly. Looks like the other guy's got him in, and he manages to pull out incredible shots. It's one match. It's two players. It's one match, and that's what we love about toe-to-toe boxing type of performances. These guys are going to be slugging it out, and anybody can hit some winning punches. So whether Carlos can do it over 5 sets. We're not yet to see, but I think the grass, in actual fact, helps him more than other surfaces where Novak can grind you down. On the grass, the points to finish quicker. It's hard to grind somebody into the ground, and I think that'll give the Alcaraz camp a lot of belief.
How impressed have you been with the way that he's had his run through to Queen's to lift the title there, and how he's adapted now onto the grass courts at Wimbledon to be playing in a first Wimbledon final?
Well, you don't have to adapt that much to the grass these days. It's a matter of learning quickly on your feet. It's a little bit of different movements. He's added some slice shots to his game. He's very good around the net. The drop shots work well on the grass because it doesn't bounce as high as the other surfaces. So he's got a very, very complete game that he can go from plan A to plan B. And what's really impressive this year is he's returning. He has returned really well. I mean, Queens is not as strong a tournament as has been in decades before, but that shows that he's still going to win those matches, and they're the early weeks on the grass, and he's adapted incredibly quickly, and he's on a roll. He's full of confidence. He's got nothing to lose. All the pressure's on Novak. The fans want to see somebody else win. So the centre court crowd will be roaring for him. It's not new for Novak. I think he's dealt with that in the past many times. That's not going to bother him that much. But Alcaraz definitely brings something to this match, this court that Novak hasn't seen really since Roger Federer. And they had to play that marathon match that he won tiebreaker in the fifth set. So he's going to have to bring that intensity. And if we look at that match against Federer, Novak won 3 tiebreakers. They were the 3 sets he won. The other 2 sets, Federer raced away with it. And he's going to have to win in tiebreakers. There's going to be a tiebreaker or 2 in the final for sure. With a young pretender who's running hot, nothing to lose. That's really hard to deal with. So Novak's going to have to dig deep, really deep. I don't know who's going to win it. Nobody does, of course. But on the semi-final form, Alcaraz will win. But it's final. It's the biggest tournament of the year. It's Wimbledon. All those things come into the factor of nerves and everything else. So as fearless as Alcaraz seems to be, but there's that unknown factor, and I think that will bring a real interest to the match.
Yeah, it's interesting how that's going to go. The approach, obviously, Alcaraz playing in his first Wimbledon final, Novak going for the record-equaling 8th title. They met recently in the French Open. There were the issues with the leg cramps, a bit of tension for Alcaraz. Will he have learned from that? Is that going to be different for him when he plays the Wimbledon final?
Yeah, I think physically, he'll learn from that, of course. It's not going to be super hot. The French Open, there's long, grueling rallies, from side to side, and they go on and on and on. It doesn't happen on the grass. Yeah, you sprint across, but it's cooler conditions. So physically, he's not going to have any problems. He just won in straight sets, an hour or 2 hours, or just under 2 hours, really pretty quickly. So physically, I mean, this is such a battle between the ears, and then tactical battle. Who can come up with certain shots, and the way that Alcaraz returned serve today against one of the biggest serving players in the world, he just cruised it. And one of the lesser spectacular departments in Novak Djokovic's game is his second serve, and Alcaraz destroyed Medvedev's second serve today. So we will see, but it certainly brings up an interesting element that will put pressure on Novak.
It's going to be a good one. Pat, any idea which way you're going at the moment?
Right at the moment, I'm saying Alcaraz, but there's so many other elements. As I said, on the form of the semi-finals, Alcaraz was the better player. There's no doubts about that. But there's all those other elements, and Novak will definitely have to play better than he did in the semi-final to win the title on Sunday.
That's Pat Cash, former Wimbledon champion, and his thoughts as things stand, edging towards Carlos Alcaraz. Let's get the thoughts of the Serbian tennis journalist Sasha Osmay and Manuel Sanchez Gomez from the Spanish news agency FA, who are with me here on centre court. Manuel, come to you first then. Carlos getting the nod there from a Wimbledon champion in Pat Cash on the form of his semi-final, which was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, after we were so against Medvedev, Carlos is ready for this battle. I think he has overcome those problems that he had in the Roland Garros semi-final. This is going to be a completely different situation. He has already learned about what happened that day in Paris. Obviously, it's not the same playing against Medvedev that playing against Djokovic, so obviously it's going to be a tougher battle, this one, but I think he has learned a lot, and he's playing with the little advantage that he's not the big favorite now as he was in Paris, so that's obviously going to play in his favor. So I don't know if he's the favorite, because it's very tough to bet on a guy against a guy that has won 7 titles here and 23 Grand Slams, but I can't trust on his chances tomorrow against Djokovic.
And Sasha, what's Novak Djokovic's mentality coming into this final? He said he was going to treat it like it was his first. How does he come in and approach an occasion like this on a court he's so familiar with and has had so much success, unbeaten in 10 years?
I do think what Manuel just said has a relevance. Alcaraz not feeling the same amount of pressure before Roland Garros semis. Everyone was considering him the favorite, so I don't think Novak can count on a similar thing to happen. Alcaraz will be much more prepared mentally and he can play more loosely. Of course, not completely loose because it's a Wimbledon final after all. I do not think that the experience is going to be the decisive factor. Maybe perhaps at the beginning of the match, maybe in some moments, but I do think that Alcaraz. Novak is obviously more experienced, but Alcaraz is 20 years old. He did not have the time to play so much on this kind of occasions, but he will. And I just saw Novak's practice. He practiced for about an hour. It was pretty, serve, return, some details tactically. So I do think he's going to be extremely concentrated, focused from the get-go, just like he was in Paris, and he cannot afford any lapses against this kind of Alcaraz that I think has surprised everybody with the quickness he's being able to learn everything about grass, which usually takes a bit more time.
Yeah, he's had this wonderful run, hasn't he, Manuel, to the Queen's title and now here to Wimbledon. It's so impressive against Medvedev, the way he controlled that match. How do you think he will approach that final, though? What tactic will he use to try and win the title away from Djokovic?
The difference between Djokovic and Alcaraz in this kind of situation is that Alcaraz didn't train today. He didn't do any practice. He's just been on the gym. He's been working on his fitness a bit, but he's not been practicing as he did before the semi-final. One interesting thing is that we were talking with Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach today, and he told us that one thing that they are doing different compared to Paris is that they are trying to stay Alcaraz away from his phone, so he doesn't take a look at social media. He doesn't put pressure on himself because of what he can become tomorrow, like the fifth Spanish player to win Wimbledon, defeating Djokovic down on his court to win 24 Grand Slams. So to try to not put more pressure on himself, they are trying to get him away from social media, and that could play a big part tomorrow. He's able to stay calm, to stay quiet, to not, as he said yesterday, not to think too much about I'm going to play a Wimbledon final against Novak Djokovic in the centre court.
And for Novak as well, we've talked about his age. There is a 16-year age gap, Sasha, between these two finalists, and yet there is an argument to be made, isn't there, to say whether Novak is perhaps playing his best tennis. He's on for another calendar year Grand Slam. If he were to win here on Sunday, he would have that opportunity in New York, in which he just missed out on it in 2021 when he lost the final to Daniil Medvedev. But there is that argument, isn't there, to say he's perhaps still there at the very top?
Yeah, I mean, Alcaraz was 4.5 years old when Novak played his first Grand Slam final, so that says enough. It's 35th Grand Slam final for Novak. Actually, we did ask him that same question after his semi-final match against Sinner. Is Novak 2023 better than Novak 2015? And he said, I wouldn't say so because I was a bit quicker, but I'm now more mentally stable, more experienced, and I do have a better game at the net, which is quite important here at Wimbledon. For Novak, I think the key is going to be one of the keys is going to be his serve, because the thing I was most impressed by Alcaraz this tournament is the way he's been returning. We've seen against Matteo Berrettini, who himself said afterwards that Alcaraz reminded him of Novak in terms of reflexes, the quickness of his reaction on return. But personally, I've been equally impressed by Alcaraz returning on second serve against Holger Rune, who had quite a few decent kick second serves, only to have it returned deeply or even for a winner on a couple of really important points. And I feel when Novak has a high percentage of first serve, I know we're not being smart here, obviously serve is extremely important in every match, but when Novak serves well, it allows the rest of his game to flourish. He swings more freely, he's more aggressive, which I think will be important against Carlos, to not allow him to get in that zone, to be creative, to feel like he's flying, if you know what I mean. So just to take it on the territory of experience, mental game, calmness, and that's what I think Novak will hunt his chance.
Yeah, does experience ultimately come out and well over the youth? And we're talking about someone who's number one in the world, let's not forget anyway. But has Carlos got that mentality now in the major final? He's already won one, of course, as a Grand Slam champion. Does that make a difference perhaps here as well to help him settle into the match? Is it important for him, more important for Carlos Alcaraz that he wins the first set than it is for Novak Djokovic?
Probably because, I think Alcaraz obviously has the mental strength to win against anybody in the world, even Djokovic, but he has played his last game. His last matches were very tough in the first set against maybe till the 3-3, but with Holger Rune till it reached the tiebreak. So it was very important for him to win those sets. So we have to see how is he gonna be able to overcome a tough situation as losing the first set. He did against Berrettini in the fourth round, but I think he has the mental strength because he already has suffered Novak Djokovic on his best, because I think the first set that he did in Roland Garros was exceptional, was superb, and he was able to win the second set. Even then he struggled with his physical problems, but he was able to win that second set. So we have already seen that mentality of able to overcome tough situation, and I think here he's going to be even more prepared because he's a guy that learns so quickly, and he has that material that all the great champions has, and I think he's going to be able to show it tomorrow. Even if he's not the favorite, even if he doesn't win, which it might be the case, and it's the most likely case when you are playing against Djokovic, he's going to take a lot from this match, whatever the result is.
We're on centre court now. It's not quite full. Obviously, it will be on Sunday. I just wonder how much, Sasha, the crowd factor will play in this as well. I felt that in that semi-final, Novak was almost relishing his role sometimes as the pantomime villain, if you like. There was the fake tears he was playing to the crowd, the applauding of his racket when someone called out. There will potentially be a bit of that in the final as well. Is that how he's going to handle it?
To be honest, I don't think he relishes it. He would love to have the crowd on his side, but
he's handling it differently now.
Yeah, he's well aware that won't be the case, and I really do not feel that it can get any worse compared to Wimbledon Finals 2019 and New York Finals 2015. So, unfortunately, but obviously, Noah has a vast experience of having the crowd against him, and that is fine as long as they're not producing sounds after first serve miss or yelling "Vamos Rafa" before your serve. I don't think that was fair. All the rest, of course, you can support whoever you want. You can cheer for the opponent, and sometimes it even gets the best out of Novak. Well, we asked him in the Serbian part of the presser about that, and he said, as always, I'm gonna visualize everything from the first to the last moment, and that the crowd factor is certainly going to be involved in that visualization. And if you remember 2018 against Del Potro, he was telling himself and once against Federer here that the crowd is cheering and all, although they weren't. So that's his recipe.
Yeah, exactly. And it is perhaps that desire as well to see someone else win. It's not always just because it is Djokovic on court. I think there's a lot of people here who like to see him make history as well and win an 8th title. We'll see if it happens on Sunday. Quick final thought. Are you going for Alcaraz?
Obviously. I mean, I have to go for him. I have to support him. I want him to win.
That's head and heart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's the favorite, but you have to believe. You have to believe when you have such a champion here.
Sasha, it would be the 24th major.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we go the distance, that we go 5 sets, and as Manuel here, I hope that my guy wins his 24th and his 8th Wimbledon title.
Yeah, it would be quite something. Whatever the result on Sunday, whether it is the first-time champion in Carlos Alcaraz or an 8-time champion in Novak Djokovic. Enjoy it, both of you. Thank you very much for being with us. Sasha Osmo and Manuel Sanchez Gomez with us here on centre court. Now, earlier on centre court, of course, we saw a new champion crowned as well. Marketa Vondrousova became the first unseeded player to win the Wimbledon women's singles title. She beat Ons Jabeur in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4. Let's just get some more reaction to this now. Delighted to say we can bring in Helena Suková, former world number 4 singles player, 9-time Grand Slam doubles champion. Helena, as a fellow Czech player, what did that mean to you to see Marketa Vondrousova win today?
Good afternoon. It was very
very exciting to see her win, and I was happy to get the seat in her box, so it was even more interesting, and we are just all so happy for her.
How did she do that, Helena? How did she come through this tournament as an unseeded player and win the Wimbledon title?
No, I think she was, by coincidence, she was unseeded because she had injuries last year, but now she was really playing very well, and her ranking was, even before she got injured, was higher than that, so she would be unseeded if she had enough tournaments. And she just plays really, really well, very smart tennis player, good touch, and she reads the game very well and knows when to step up the strength when it's needed. So I think overall, even today, you could see that she was a better player.
And it's great for the Czech Republic as well. Jelena Novotná, Petra Kvitova, more recent a champion here, but for another Czech player to be lifting the Wimbledon title.
Well, it's incredible at her age, because I think she's 24 now, and she really has the potential, great hands, lefty. So if she stays fit, healthy, I think she has still a very good future ahead of her.
And maybe joining in with those celebrations, she did say she perhaps would have a beer, maybe have a drink to celebrate tonight.
Well, we are now sitting with Jan Kodesh here and a little bit looking over the match, and we actually going to the musical with the Kodesh family, so I won't be joining the team.
You've got other plans, but that is great to hear. Helena, thank you so much for spending some time with us as well on Sports World. Helena Suková with us, and here today supporting Markéta Vondrousová, and it is a Czech success in the Wimbledon women's final. So we'll hope to hear from Markéta Vondrousová at some stage in the next hour. She'll be talking to the world's media, and we'll hear what she's got to say, some more reflections on her success here at Wimbledon. But our focus is going to be on the Women's World Cup. We're going to hear from one of the star players, Sam Kerr of Australia. That's coming up after the latest news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says he will expand his country's humanitarian and non-lethal military support to Ukraine. Speaking on a surprise visit to Kiev, Mr. Yoon said Seoul would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets, but there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of ammunition and heavy weapons, as Ukraine and its allies have long called for. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, James Landau.
I think having a country like South Korea visit Ukraine, I think it's the first time ever that a South Korean leader has ever been to Ukraine, is significant, because essentially the message is, look, South Korea, of all countries, is concerned about the threat to its territorial integrity to a neighbour. They have something in common with Ukraine and the Russian situation. So I think diplomatically it is symbolically significant.
Unprecedented heat waves are plaguing many countries around the world. Nearly a third of Americans are under extreme advisories. The National Weather Service there has warned that scorching temperatures in western states could be deadly to anyone without effective cooling or hydration. Temperatures are nearing record levels. Europe is experiencing much of the same. With more details, here's the BBC weather presenter, Sarah Keith-Lucas.
Generally, the highest temperatures this time of year, probably not until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So actually gradually warming up through the morning, peaking from about lunchtime to the middle of the afternoon, and then not dropping off in a hurry actually overnight as well. That's something we've seen with this warm air mass in place, but temperatures are staying close to 30 degrees or even higher than that across the southwestern United States overnight as well. Not much respite from the daytime heat, really.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken to hospital after feeling unwell. His office says initial tests have found nothing out of the ordinary, with the preliminary assessment being that he's dehydrated. Last October, the 73-year-old was also sent to hospital after feeling ill during prayers at a synagogue. Tennis, and Markéta Vondrousová has won Wimbledon, becoming the first unseeded player to win the women's singles title in the professional era. The 24-year-old from the Czech Republic beat Tunisia's Ons Jabeur 6-4, 6-4. Jabeur was left runner-up for the second successive year. She'd been bidding to become the first Arab or African woman to win a Grand Slam title. Tessa Partek was watching the match.
Heartbreak for Ons Jabeur, but what a story for Marketa Vondrousova, the world number 42, the first unseeded champion in the history of the women's singles here at Wimbledon. She has come out of nowhere to win this title. 6-4, 6-4. It was a match where momentum shifted from one to the other. Lots of breaks of serve, but it was Vondrousova who managed to keep hold of her nerves far better than Jabeur.
World News from the BBC. Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their cars, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Cheongcheon region. One person is reported to have died, and at least 9 have been rescued so far. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people over the last 3 days. Representatives of Sudan's army have returned to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Their paramilitary rivals, the Rapid Support Forces, have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations which Saudi and US mediators adjourned last month after numerous ceasefires were violated. Last week, the army boycotted separate negotiations in Ethiopia, hosted by the East African Regional Bloc. The man who had been expected to burn a Torah and a Bible in Stockholm has not carried out the threatened act. He arrived at the site near the Israeli embassy where he'd been given permission to carry out a demonstration, but said no holy books should be burned and condemned the way a copy of the Quran had been set on fire in the city last month. Speaking to reporters, the man, identified only as Ahmed, said his intention had been to highlight the need to respect all religions.
I wanted to show that we have to respect each other, that we live in the same society. If I burn the Torah, someone else the Bible, someone else the Quran, there will be war here. What I wanted to show is that it's not right to do that.
Forza Italia, the party founded by the late Silvio Berlusconi, has chosen the foreign minister, Alessandro Tajani, as its new leader. The centre-right party dominated Italian politics for much of the 90s and early 2000s, but has since seen its support wane to below 10%. It's now one of the junior partners in the current far-right-led government. And that's the latest BBC News.
On radio, online and on mobile, this is Sports World on the BBC World Service.
Hello, I'm Lee James. Welcome back to Wimbledon. We're on centre court, where earlier Marketa Vondrousova became the first unseeded player to win the Wimbledon women's singles title, as Ons Jabeur's wait for a major goes on. Vondrousova, 42nd in the world. She missed 6 months of last season with a wrist injury, but she settled into the match and handled the occasion far better than the runner-up last year, Jabeur, who also lost once again in this final, 6-4, 6-4. So it's the Czech Vondrousova who is the Wimbledon champion. We'll hear from her a little later on. Meanwhile, in the last few minutes, Spain's Carlos Rodriguez has won the 14th stage of the Tour de France. The defending champion, Jonas Vingegaard of Denmark, retains the overall leader's yellow jersey after taking 3rd place. Now, the Women's World Cup kicks off on Thursday in Australia and New Zealand. It's the first to feature 32 teams, with the defending champions, the USA, looking to become the first team in the competition's history to win the tournament 3 times in a row. The co-hosts, Australia, begin their campaign against the Republic of Ireland in Sydney on Thursday, with Sam Kerr set to be one of the stars of her home tournament. The Chelsea striker is the Matildas' record goal scorer and the face of the World Cup. So where did it all begin for Kerr? Well, Sports World's Maz Faruqi has been finding out.
She started her career in Western Knights, then she went to Perth Glory, and now she's always playing Chelsea in England. It's unbelievable.
Everybody knows her name here, across Australia and the world. It's a really great story.
So I know that she would come in and chop up and be our best midfielder, probably the best midfielder in the cup.
She just walked in and she's just a happy-go-lucky, outgoing, friendly kid. She likes the locker room.
Sam Kerr is at the pinnacle of her career and is widely regarded as one of the best strikers in world football. After 3 years at Chelsea, Kerr's trophy cabinet is now bursting. And now the Australian record goal scorer is the face of the 2023 World Cup, looking for her team's own iconic moments where a nation stops to watch.
we always talk about Kathy Freeman 2000 Olympics, and we kind of hope that no matter what happens, this team is remembered forever and we represent Australia in the best way possible.
I think the whole of Australia literally stood still and everyone watched that race. Sam has always loved Kathy Freeman.
The 2000 Olympics, the legacy that was left from one special moment was everlasting for all of us. If you ask half the girls in the team, most of their idol growing up was Kathy Freeman.
And I remember saying to Sam Kerr, if you start scoring goals, you'll be the best player in the world.
Amazing, phenomenal. And I said to myself, she's just going to be a force and unstoppable.
Chelsea with Sam Kerr, checks it out and goes for goal. Oh, it's fabulous! A moment of sheer quality from Sam Kerr, and is that the goal that seals the WSL title for Chelsea? If it is, it's a goal that deserves to win it. It's outstanding.
You're listening to Sam Kerr, The Making of a Matilda. We'll meet the Kerr camp, the coaches, players and family that have played their part in her rise to the top. From Western Australia via New York, Chicago and now Chelsea, this is the story of the Australia captain who made her Australia debut at the age of just 15.
Our teams were travelling up and down into China, Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar. Within the blink of an eye, players from every other team would know who Sam was. Couldn't speak the language, but she had just that personality.
By 20, she was in New York playing alongside top US stars Abby Wambach and Carly Lloyd.
I don't think that she realized at the time how good she could be. You know, for Abby and I to be playing together and with Sam, she was just so fun to play with. But would pull off this unbelievable goal, and they're like, how the heck did she just do that?
And now a serial winner at Emma Hayes' Chelsea, she's also the first player to be a Golden Boot winner in 3 different leagues.
I've never coached a player like her. Such conviction, such confidence. She's just so alive. She can cope with the pressure, the expectations, and everything that comes with being a top-level footballer. And honestly, she's the sweetest human being.
I'm here at Chelsea, Kingsmeadow in fact, the home of Chelsea women. So often the scene, that iconic Sam Kerr backflip celebration, or a leaping header that defies her 5'6" height. But where did it all begin for Sam Kerr? For that, we travel from Chelsea, 9,000 miles away, to Western Australia in fact, the sporting city of Perth. It's 1993, the year Australia's most famous sporting icon Shane Warne bowled the ball of the century. But it was also the year Sam Kerr, Australia's future sporting hero, was born. The young winger turned striker grew up with a passion for Aussie rules, and that's no surprise given her sporting family.
They love their sport though. They were never home, they were out first thing in the morning and last thing in the night.
That's Roger, Sam's father, who was born in India and played and coached Aussie rules, and her older brother Daniel became one of the biggest stars in the AFL.
They grew up with AFL predominantly, and a bit of India. I love my cricket, you know, so we used to play cricket in the backyard and play there for hours and hours and hours. I mean, I always got them out, so it's pretty good.
So no surprise, as her mother Roxanne explained, that the house was always noisy.
In the summer, our back lawn just had like a cricket pitch, and the stumps were always there, and the grass was always dead, and both absolutely loved cricket. And in the summer, it was, you know, kicking the ball over the pool fence.
And how competitive are you as a family?
Yeah, well, we are. We're still competitive, you know.
I always lose.
We still have, you know, the kick up the hallway and around the corner and rubbish in the bin. It doesn't matter what we do. We had courts, you know, the game courts. We had that in the backyard, and my 5-year-old granddaughter was trying to be the grandfather today. So we're forever playing something, and at Christmas time, I love it because we get all these games out, and, you know, the whole house is screaming because, you know, who's going to win, who's going to lose. So it's just in our blood, I think.
So when then, therefore, did the love affair with football, with soccer,
start for Sam? Because you say you've got cricket in there, Aussie rules, especially with you playing and with Daniel playing, Roger.
Well, they play what they call Pee-wees or Pee-wees footy, where you've got to be, tackling till about 11, 12. It started getting a bit physical for Sam, where she's getting a few black eyes and black noses. But then she went in and played a little bit of netball, and one of my nephews, so he was playing football at the time, said, zip over and have a kick with me, and the love affair with football started from there, from 12.
It was just non-stop for her, but I wouldn't say that she loved it at first, because we are so AFL, and it was really upsetting for her not to be able to play with the boys. That's why at the beginning she didn't really take her soccer very serious, and she'll always say that I didn't really want to do this because I loved AFL so much, but when she realised she loved it, it was guns blazing.
Was that weird though? Because when you talk to a lot of people now, people say that when she was playing, when she was training, everybody used to point her out and say, she's going to be future best player in the world, she's going to be a Matilda superstar, she's going to be doing all of this stuff. But were you guys aware of that?
Yes, Sam was always very talented, and I think one of the big things about Sam and Daniel was their ability to run for long periods of time, and they were actually training every day.
Both Daniel and her used to get quite embarrassed about being good because they played so intense that they never even thought about that. And I remember when she played for the boys and her coach, she would win first and best with the boys every year she played. And he would say, this girl is going to be the captain. He used to always say she was going to be the captain of the Matildas one day. And I used to go, gosh, she's only 13, 14. But he wasn't far off, was he? And he always come there. I still see him at the supermarket, and he would come up and tell me all the time that he said that.
He'll be dining out on that, like, for the rest of his life now, saying, I always said Sam Kerr would be the Matilda's captain.
I would stand up at the end of the year at trophy presentation night, and there'd be all these people, parents and kids, and I'd say, you've got to look at this girl, make sure you focus, because she is going to play for Australia. There was no doubt. And I would say that for the 3 seasons that we gave her the trophies while she was there. 2 years after she left us, she played for Australia at the age of 16.
That Manu Zenadakis, he's the first coach Sam's mother mentions. Manu coached the local junior team Western Knights, where Sam started out as a winger. But it's also where her athletic ability, even at the age of 12, stood out.
Watch Usain Bolt run 100 metres and then watch them trying to interview him, and he's got nothing left. He can't even talk to you because he's spent every cent of his body in that 100 metres. She was the same at that age. She would call herself off. I never called her off. She's the only athlete that I've seen that goes on there and pushes until she's got nothing left. I mean nothing left. She couldn't even talk. I didn't realise until halfway through the second season how mean the other boys, I'll say boys because it was boys, were towards her. They were not so much tripping because they couldn't catch her, but verbally niggling, constant barter. Because she was so good and they'd try to get under her skin, I guess. But she would cop a lot. See, you can't just be elite because you're great at it. You've got to be elite because you've got a tough head as well. You're mentally strong. You've got to put up with this because there's always someone who's going to try and knock you down.
Soon the scouts from the Western Australia Training Centre came calling, spotting Kerr's talent. They wanted her to take a trial.
Sam had super short hair, and honestly nobody knew that she was a girl. This gentleman had come down to, someone had told her about this little girl playing against boys. He couldn't really pick her out, and when he did, he asked her if she'd like to come, and he was one of the empty seats of the girls. And he finally found Sam, and he said, would you like to come and try it for the state side tomorrow night at Coburn Stadium? And she said, oh, no thanks. And she just walked off. And he said, nobody's ever said that to me before. And I had to call it back, and she's like, Mum, it's so embarrassing. It's the last cut. I do not want to go down there and try out at the last cut. And of course she went down, not forced her, but Alistair kind of got onto her. And then she played so well. They come up to me and they said, we've never picked a 12-year-old in an Australian side because they have Australian under 14s and 17. And they said, so we're not going to do it. We're just going to wait until she gets a bit old. So it was quite funny, and she's just like, oh, okay, let's go home. Nothing bothers her.
She's good because she started. She started in the AFL first. The fact that you have to attack the ball before it bounces makes all the difference in her technique and style. She runs in and meets it full on, faster and harder than anyone else can. And that's why she scores so many headers and so many volleys and creates such chaos in the box. And, you know, other people pick off the crumbs from her chaos that she's created.
Sam Kerr is our hometown hero. Perth absolutely loves her. We're in the middle of a great big love affair with Sam Kerr and the Matildas. That's Jenny Wallace, local sports journalist in Perth. You can't walk through the street of Perth at the moment without seeing something to do with Sam Kerr, whether it's billboards and advertisements for the World Cup. If you walk through the shops at the moment and you come across any of those gaming stores, of course, there's Sam on the cover of the FIFA computer game. Or, same again, you walk a little bit further down the shops and you come across Lego, and there she is again, Sam Kerr, a mini Lego figurine. But where did it all begin for Sam? I took the short trip out of the city to her first club, the Western Knights, where the under-11s are training tonight.
We had a book week and I dressed up as her because I thought she was really fascinating. When I heard that she was in my junior soccer club, I was very shocked. I was amazed and I was like, how? I couldn't believe my eyes. I love watching her play football. It just inspires me to be a soccer player so much. She's very cool. She started her career in Western Knights, then she went to Perth Glory, and now she's all the way in Chelsea now. Like, it's unbelievable. She is amazing, and it's insane that she started her career here at Western Knights in Perth, and she is like the best soccer player, and she's on the FIFA World Cup front cover, so that's pretty cool.
I've hopped on the train going the same way that you would if you're leaving Perth City, a couple of stations across to Claysbrook, and then you can do a 700-metre walk across the stadium where the World Cup will be. Why? Well, let's go back to 2008. Sam Kerr's career takes a major step. Her hometown club, Perth Glory, have just signed her. She's just 15 years old. I've come to speak to Sam's former coach, Bobby Despotovsky, a central figure in changing Sam from a winner into the striker we all know and love now.
Sam has always been hard worker, it's no question about that. On the end of the training, one particular training session like that, we all sit down and we're having a little bit of a stretch, and she's actually running box to box. And everybody is looking at her and going, what the hell is she doing? And I come back from the changing room because I've seen one of the injured players, and I come back and I'm going, okay, so why is all of you just watching her run? And they're going, okay, we just don't know what she's doing. I said, what she's doing is actually going to be the best in the longer term. What you're doing is not going to be the best. Because if you're sitting down now and you're seeing one of the best footballers in the world running box to box, why is that good enough for her but not for you? You should be asking yourself that. Well, the next training session, everybody was running by themselves. So she's got that influence on young players. She's the leader. Even her actions are leading somebody.
Does it give you a sense of pride to watch what she's achieving overseas?
Yes. Why it's giving me pride is I know how hard she worked. I remember when we changed her position from winger to striker. I remember her being completely raw in front of the goals and rushing everything. And I remember saying to Sam Kerr, if you start scoring goals, and you start scoring goals on the international level, you'll be the best player in the world.
We've heard a lot from Sam's former coaches, but what was she actually like to play with? Bronwyn Studman played alongside Sam Kerr for Perth Glory.
So she's obviously, hands down the best player anyone's ever played with, because she is the best player in the world. So it was a phenomenal season, my last one. We won the plate for winning the season. She was just, a machine, as always. I think that was her last season in Australia before she went overseas. And she just really put a stamp on the league and said, I'm Sam Kerr, I'm going to go take over the world.
Away from the playing arena, what was she like during the rest of the week and during your session?
Definitely a jokester, for sure, which everyone would know. She loves a good laugh, but then in training she always demands the highest quality from everyone. Literally, her laugh can be heard down all corridors, that's for sure.
Just south of the river, there's Lane Park, which is the home to West Coast Eagles. Her brother Daniel played for the Eagles, and Sam grew up wanting to be an Eagle herself.
I'm now delighted to announce But our number one ticket holder for the next 2 years will be Matilda's captain, Sam Kerr.
Yeah, it's a huge honour. I've been an Eagles supporter all my life, so I've seen the names that have, been the number one ticket holders. I actually used to be in the cheer squad, so yeah, I used to sit behind the goals and wave those little flags. But yeah, I've been a part of the club. Obviously, Daniel was playing, but even before that, we were Eagles supporters, so it's been a joy to watch the boys.
Sadly for Sam, there wasn't a professional women's league at that time, with the AFLW only getting established in September 2016. Evie Gooch currently plays for the Eagles, and before that she played as a reserve goalkeeper in the first team with Sam. Evie hasn't forgotten the one-on-one battles.
I did get used a little bit against her. Did a shot practice for her. She scored a lot, yeah.
You're with Sam's team, you're with West Coast Eagles, who have previously come out in the media and say, we want Sam to come and play for us. And she's almost laughed back saying, maybe when I'm 35 and I'm done. So you've been through the code switch and their transition. Do you reckon Sam Kerr could be successful in Aussie rules?
Oh, definitely. But if I was in her shoes, I don't think I'd give up what she was doing. Absolutely. She looks like she's killing it over there and playing a sport that she loves. I know that she would come in and chop up and be our best midfielder, probably. Probably the best midfielder in the comp. And maybe even a bit of a forward, but I'd tell her to stay.
Okay, so she gets to the end of her career. She's, say, 30, 33 plus. Yeah. You're on the phone to her. How do you convince her that just adding being an Eagle just tops off her legacy?
Oh, I guess it's also to do with family. Like, kind of be better than your brother, I reckon, when you're over 30 to smash it out, get a few more goals in him.
That's Perth. So where next? How about the national team at just 15 years of age, after only a year in the Perth Glory team? Australia came calling. Sam Kerr making her debut against Italy. It shocked everybody, including her parents.
It was their first game to the Australian side. And we didn't go because she never told us. She just told us she was going to camp and they were having some friendlies. And I was so upset afterwards because she got her cap. And we weren't there. I think they got a bit of a beating. You don't know if you're ever going to get on or off when you're 15 and you're in the squad. Tom Samani's like, where are your parents? But she didn't tell us.
I did not know that. And we had no hesitation in putting young players into the team.
Tom Samani there, the former USA and Matilda's head coach. He decided Sam Kerr was ready for her international debut, even though she was still so young.
The thing that really stands out in those days with Sam was her ability to jump. Just unbelievable. And, anything that resonates in my mind from that game was seeing her get on a couple of crosses that came in. That she just jumped and looked like she jumped higher than the crossbar.
This young group of Matilda's players, they would go on to drive the Matilda's team for the next decade. Next stop for them, China. In 2010, a year after Sam Kerr's Australia debut, she tasted success for the first time in the green and gold, winning the Asian Cup on penalties against South Korea, Kerr scoring in the final. After all the talk of the growth of football back home, this was seen as a turning point for the nation, and Matilda's becoming household names, as Tom Simoni explains.
Our key was to move away from being your typical competitive, tough Australian team to be a quality footballing team that could win tournaments. So winning that tournament was a huge step forward, and obviously Sam scored our critical goal in that tournament and probably had to take on more responsibility because our two key strikers, Lisa Devana and Sarah Walsh, were actually injured. And again, her instinct for scoring goals showed up, and she did what she did then, and she's just continued doing throughout her whole career.
That was Kerr's first major trophy with Australia, but she wanted more. 2011, next stop Germany, her World Cup debut for Australia, aged 17. But it was an eye-opener for the young players who reached the knockout phase only to lose to Sweden. Where next? The USA, not quite yet. Her left Perth for the bright lights of Sydney first. Whilst the headlines in Australia's biggest city surrounded the signing of Italy and Juventus legend Alessandro Del Piero for the men's team, also walking through the doors of Sydney FC came the future Matilda's captain.
Oh, Simon battling, winning out. Now Sydney at the far post. They're singing for the ball. Sam Kerr with a header. A brilliant header. Slams it in. Sydney 2-1. What a piece of play. The double backward, mind you. But she pounded it in for her 9th goal of the year. Sam Kerr at the far post. And what a diving header. Oh, it was a slam. Absolutely the full weight of the head on the ball.
Kerr scoring with a header sounds familiar, doesn't it? The ability at 5'6" to leap above defenders and score for fun. She spent 2 years with Sydney FC, guiding them to the championship title with a superb diving header in the final against Melbourne. And playing alongside her, her Matilda's teammate, Caitlin Ford.
I think Sam and I, when we met each other for the first time in under 17s, we just clicked as well. It was just nice that we were kind of on the journey together throughout our careers, and I think, yeah, we were just best mates off the pitch and similar players growing up, both fast attacking players, and yeah, we just worked well off each other. And now it's nice when we play with each other because it doesn't happen often. It's kind of only national team now, so it is a moment I know we both look forward to.
You're listening to Sam Kerr, the making of a Matilda. Still to come, Australia's star striker heads to the USA and attends a coronation to remember.
We're back with Maz Faruqi and Sam Kerr, the making of a Matilda, very soon on Sports World. Let's just get the latest news now with Nigel Adderley.
Thank you, Lee. On a surprise visit to Kyiv, South Korea's President Son Yuk-yeol has said he will expand his country's humanitarian and non-lethal military support to Ukraine. South Korea has one of the biggest stockpiles of ammunition in the world and a thriving defence industry. The government is supplying helmets and bulletproof vests to Ukraine, but refuses to send weapons into an active war zone. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, James Lander.
I think it's the first time ever that the South Korean leader has ever been to Ukraine. It's significant because essentially the message is South Korea, of all countries, is concerned about the threat to its territorial integrity to a neighbour. They have something in common with Ukraine and the Russian situation. So I think diplomatically it is symbolically significant.
Representatives of Sudan's army have returned to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Their paramilitary rivals, the Rapid Support Forces, have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations. Around 3,000 people have been killed and more than 3 million displaced since the conflict broke out in April. Unprecedented heat waves are plaguing many countries around the world. Nearly a third of Americans are under extreme advisories with temperatures nearing record levels. Europe, China, Japan and Morocco are also experiencing similar hot weather. Stephanie Prentice is following global developments.
Experts certainly say these sort of extreme weather events are linked to climate change. We do know the El Nino weather pattern, that's that periodic climatic event that drives the heat. We would expect that, but experts say that human-caused warming is exacerbating this, and we know that the oceans are also heating up. Water temperatures in Florida, they were recently registered over 32 degrees, and the Med this year is being described as being set for exceptionally high surface temperatures.
Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their cars, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Chungcheong region. One person is reported to have died, and at least 9 people have been rescued so far. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people over the last 3 days. And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken to hospital after feeling unwell. His office says initial tests have found nothing out of the ordinary, with the preliminary assessment being he is dehydrated. Back to Wimbledon Centre Court and Lee James on Sports.
Nigel, thank you very much. And here on the centre court, congratulations, the men's doubles champions, Wesley Koolhof of the Netherlands and Neil Skupski of Great Britain. They've just won the final in the last few moments, 6-4, 6-4 against Marcel Granollers of Spain and Horacio Ceballos of Argentina. Now let's continue our look at the rise of Sam Kerr, Australia's star striker, ahead of the Women's World Cup, which begins on Thursday. Let's rejoin Sports World's Mads Baruch.
You're listening to Sam Kerr, the making of a Matilda. Australia captain, Golden Boot winner, Chelsea striker. But on May the 6th, 2023, Sam Kerr was given the day off training. Why? Well, she switched the pitch for the unfamiliar surroundings of Westminster Abbey, on an occasion she never expected to attend. Kerr was asked to represent Australia, carrying the nation's flag at the coronation of King Charles III in London.
I mean, that day when I was walking into the Abbey, I actually thought, like, well, I'm just, like, a young girl from Perth. Like, never, ever, ever thought of, like, having the opportunities that I do now and doing what I do. So I think I don't reflect often, but in moments like that, you kind of can't help but reflect.
King Charles III has been crowned and enthroned at a ceremony rich with music and symbolism at Westminster Abbey in London. The coronation ceremony, the first for 7 decades, was watched by world leaders and celebrities inside the Abbey and by millions around the world.
It's a bit overwhelmed, to be honest. Walking into the Abbey is obviously massive. There's thousands of people in there, and then there's millions of people watching. But yeah, it felt a bit different to walking out on the football field, especially because the Prime Minister and that was behind me. So it was definitely different. I tried to enjoy it, but it was definitely overwhelming.
I think it's something you look back in, a couple of years and go, wow, wow, wow. How good was that?
Roger, your Indian roots. We've spoken to Sam before about her Indian roots, her cultural roots, multicultural roots. How important do you think it is to her and to you as a family that she sort of represents multicultural, modern Australia in a way?
Yeah, look, it's very good. I came here and I was 10, so it was pretty hard as a young fella, and my mother, she's got the same colour skin as me, and it was hard for her to begin with, but now it's... multicultural is everywhere. They understand what's what, and it's a completely different world, and Sam's grown up with that.
And you read some of the comments on, when there's something on Facebook or Instagram, when she did the coronation, and Roger's father was British, and one of the people said, Denzel would have been so proud, because he loved the royal family. He couldn't say anything, he loved it all. And there's his granddaughter walking in the church. He would have been beside himself. So she said it was real experience.
That's 2023, an iconic moment for Kerr off the pitch, but back to 2013, 10 years ago, and Kerr was ready for a big change and a big move overseas. This time the NWSL and soccer in the USA came calling. Big lights will inspire you, says Alicia Keys. Certainly for Sam Kerr, the chance to compete against the best made her excel. She signed for Western New York Flash for the inaugural season, leading the team to win the NWSL Shield. Two legends of women's football, Brazilian Marta and Canada's Christine Sinclair, had departed the club, only for two soon-to-be USA World Cup winners to join instead, Abby Wambach and Carly Lloyd. Quite a welcome then to New York for the 20-year-old Kerr and the man who signed her and coached those big names, Aaron Lyons.
Sammy Kerr was, at the time, a little bit of a risk, right? You've got, a pro club and you're bringing in a foreigner, just maybe turned 19. I could just feel the energy and enthusiasm through the phone call. Then she come over, she just walked in and she's just a happy-go-lucky, super outgoing, friendly kid. Immediate connection with her teammates.
You sign her, she comes over with Abby, with Carly. What was that like? You've obviously got the contrast of the real experience and the huge names in the sport with this young, raw talent, as you put it.
She connected really well, had a lot of respect for Abby, looked for the contact with Abby, and Abby's such a great person, and saw her level of talent. It's just like, I'm just going to take this one under the wing a little bit. Like, Carly was dialed in, and Sammy kind of gravitated to Carly, so it was great, and it was easy to see her become, you know, a pro within those 2 seasons. Just remember, you know, the kid could jump like a kangaroo. Just the timing of her jumping and the ability to get on crosses and just do, you know, just untrainable stuff.
Hi, I'm Carly Lloyd, former professional soccer/football player. I was a 2-time World Cup winner, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, and 2-time FIFA World Player of the Year. Sam and I hit it off pretty quickly. Kind of the complete opposite of me. You know, I was very tunnel vision focused, took everything pretty seriously, made sure I was recovering and doing all those right things. And Sam being Sam, you know, loved to laugh, loved to have a good time. So she just brought this amazing energy to the team. And when the game got going and she stepped in between those lines, she was uber competitive and serious. And that's what I loved about Sam because, I mean, having not played soccer at a really young age, but being around her older brother and, you know, her dad and rules football and just an incredible athlete. And I said to myself, if this girl works on her game, she's just going to be a force. I think Sam just had to learn how to become a professional. She had never really, you know, been in something this serious, and the NWSL was, you know, just starting at the time, but, you know, it's one of the toughest leagues to play in. And she was open to just learning. And I don't think that she realized at the time how good she could be and how good she could become. And I think, you know, for Abby and I to be playing together and with Sam, I mean, she was just so fun to play with.
New York was a huge step for Sam, but just as her club career was flourishing between Perth Glory and New York, injury hit just months ahead of the 2015 World Cup. Kerr had 7 weeks to be ready. When asked 4 years later by the Matildas to write a letter to the one person she never had a chance to thank for making a difference in her life, who did she turn to? A surprised Aaron Holt, her strength and conditioning coach during that fight, to be fit for that tournament in Canada.
You know, you don't think that she even realises who you are if we're walking down the street, right? And then she's gone, you know, like, and penned this letter, and they were like, oh yeah, she chose you straight away to say thank you. Oh my gosh, wow, this is unbelievable. You know, like, there hasn't been any emails, any text, and the thing that got me was it was handwritten. It wasn't typed. And the letter's got the big square crossed out where she's like really thought about, oh wow, this is special, this means something to me.
Talk to us then about that moment when Sam walks into your office. How bad was her knee injury at that time? How low was she in those moments?
So she didn't walk in, she was on crutches. So that's the starting point. And we had 7 weeks to basically get her up and being able to run. And when she first started, I was like, ooh, this is going to be pretty tough to be able to get there. Literally the last day and the last morning of that final training session where she ticked that box, where she was able to go, yay, I'm able to go.
That letter through the post, what does she say?
As I prepare for the World Cup this year in France, I can't help but reflect on my journey. My life and career have changed forever in the past 4 years. I never got the chance to tell you how grateful I am for the time you spent with me. When I injured my knee in 2014, my life came crashing down and I thought I would never make the 2015 World Cup. You gave me everything I needed as an athlete at the hardest time of my career. Whether it was a push in the gym or even a hug to keep me going, you always knew what I needed. Living in Canberra was the hardest time of my career to date, and it has shaped me as the person and the player I am. I can't thank you enough for all the time and care you gave me in those very tough weeks. Injuries have been a huge part of the player I am now, and what I've learnt from them. You've played a massive role in this. The most important part about the time I spent with you is that you cared more about the person rather than the player. Values I live by today. I definitely wouldn't be where I am in my career today if it wasn't for the time and commitment you gave me. I love playing for my country. I want you to know that you played a massive part in my journey. Sam. Yeah, I still got it, still keep it, we'll always have it for sure. To get there is just such a credit to her, and it's kind of springboarded her career. You know, if that doesn't happen, who knows where Sam Kerr is today? You know, she might not be Sam Kerr.
Fast forward to that Canada World Cup, and Sam walked out for the Matildas in the opening game against the USA, against her Western New York Flash teammates too, in Lloyd and Wambach. Australia may have lost to the eventual champions, but for many in the Matildas team, they proved in this tournament they could compete. They knocked out Brazil 1-0 to reach the quarterfinals before losing to Japan. Not bad for a player who couldn't walk a few months earlier.
Hello, sorry, I was just getting off another interview and organising my life a bit.
Well, playing in that 2015 Australia team was their current vice-captain, Arsenal's Steph Catley. I managed to grab some time with Steph in the Australia camp to find out just what it's like being VP to Captain Kerr and seeing her develop into the focal point of this team.
She's definitely a spiritual leader for us out there and always leads by example, and she's one of those people that I've watched grow from a very, very young age, and just seeing her development makes me so proud, and it's great working with her every day, and we definitely do share a special bond through that sort of extra responsibility. But me and Sam, we have a really good balance where she might need a second opinion. She can always come and talk to me, and we figure things out together. We lean on each other, but she does an incredible job.
That's Steph Catley. Well, on returning from the 2015 World Cup, Kerr will be reunited once more with another Matildas teammate, Caitlin Ford, as Kerr moved to Sky Blue in the NWSL, where she topped the goal-scoring charts, winning the 2017 Golden Boot. Her switch from winger to striker was definitely paying off. ...2018, where was the next stop? Chicago, home of course the iconic Chicago Bulls, what turned out to be Sam's favourite US city. She scored 16 goals in her first season, 18 in her second, winning back-to-back Golden Boots and sending the Red Stars through to their maiden NWSL final. The dominant North Carolina Courage were too strong, but for Sam, those 3 years made the rest of the world take note. Remember Tom Somali, the Australia coach who gave her international debut at 15? Well, he now coached NWSL side Orlando, and he admits it was a huge challenge for his team to mark her.
A nightmare to play against her because it was so hard to stop her, particularly with the type of game it is in the US. So to keep standards up, it was extraordinarily challenging.
She played for 3 clubs. 3 straight seasons, the Golden Boot winner, 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, that is a huge achievement, isn't it? But for a player certainly coming from outside that domestic league, it seems like the way you're talking about it, it's even an even bigger achievement, really, that she was able to do that.
To do that, and again, to do it with teams who weren't the best teams in the competition is even more significant.
The World Cup in France had arrived. Kerr didn't stop scoring. She hit the first hat-trick in a World Cup by any Australian. That came in the win against Jamaica in the group stage. Australia's players were confident. But then joy changed to despair. In the last 16, it finished 1-1 against Norway in normal time. The game went to a penalty shootout. Kerr walked up to take one and missed her spot kick. It gave Norway the edge, and they eventually won 4-1 in the shootout. For Sam's friend and teammate Caitlin Ford, she feels that defeat was a learning curve for the Matildas.
Maybe we weren't prepared in the way that we should have with going to penalties. I don't even think it would have crossed my mind back then that the game could potentially go to penalties. We just, didn't really think about that. And I think now further along, we are prepared. We have played powerhouse teams. We've got results against them. We don't really carry the underdog tag anymore like we used to, and that just shows what our team's about and what kind of players we have.
Despite that heartbreaking defeat after scoring 5 goals on the biggest stage of all, European clubs were following her, and she finally decided to make her next move.
She is one of the biggest names in the women's game, and now fans in the UK will be able to see Sam Kerr play week after week. The Australian striker has signed for Chelsea today, a massive coup for the Women's Super League leaders when you consider that over her time in both the American and Australian leagues, she scored a massive 139 goals, breaking numerous records along the way.
Chelsea had just missed out on European Champions League qualification, but Kerr saw it as the place to win silverware and develop under Emma Hayes.
When I first came here, it was a bit of a whirlwind. Obviously, I was under the pump a little bit, and, she just texts me every day, I believe in you, just do little drills with me that would help me. She knows what type of player I am. She knows that, if I'm low on confidence, then I can not be playing my best. So it gives players confidence to really go out there and show who they are.
After 3 years at Chelsea, Kerr's trophy cabinet is now bursting. 3 league titles, 3 FA Cups, 2 League Cups. And so to 2023, the Women's Super League title race went down to the final day. The Women's Super League here in England is set for a thrilling finish later on Saturday.
First of all, though, let's focus on the exciting end of the Women's Super League season. Will Chelsea or Manchester United be crowned champions?
Left ball into the box for Wrighton digs out delivery. Header comes in from Saka, and this time she doesn't miss. She heads it into the back of the net to give Chelsea the lead. Oh, it's that combination again between Wrighton and Kerr. We've seen it so many times this season. Really patient build-up from right to left from Chelsea. Delicious ball into the area, and again Sam Kerr. Excellent run to the front post and knocks it home from point-blank range.
Sam's the best striker in the world, and I don't think there's any doubt about it. She's so good.
Reading 0, Chelsea 1. Sam Kerr with the finish. Guru Wrighton with the assist. How many times have we said that this season?
Whenever we need her to score a goal, she's there. And like Sam keeps telling me every day, between my hairline and my eyebrows, that's where I want it. Yeah. Sam's also a character.
Those two for Chelsea have been absolutely incredible. Long ball, Sam Kerr through on goal. She's by the penalty spot. Hits it against the post, but finds the goal with the follow-up. Chelsea have a third, and it is Sam Kerr. She made it look easy. Chelsea are going to be WSL champions again for a 4th successive season. Over to the Chelsea fans she ran to celebrate.
How can you describe Sam Kerr? Amazing, phenomenal.
Well, she's the best striker in the world. We're so privileged to have her, and I've told her myself.
Magic and love. I love it.
It's been amazing. Amazing. I think her mentality is the biggest thing in the game. She's just so determined. It's quite inspirational, actually.
The goal she scored at Wembley, you wouldn't see that all year in the men, even one. Under pressure, one chance, brilliant technique, and the heart and the connection with the fans.
I think she's got a chance to run in through her veins at the moment.
Emma Hayes has improved her so much. She was a good player when she came. You're a better player now.
So many times in the last knocking, she gets us out of a hole for goal in the FA Cup final last year. The worldie.
I don't want to put her in that Drogba category, but she's, for the women's, she's got to be up there. She's legendary when she comes to the FA finals. She pots it when she needs to. Big games, big players, right?
So how good is Sam Kerr? Let's return to the former USA striker Carly Lloyd. She's the winner of back-to-back World Cups. She scored a hat-trick in the 2015 World Cup final, and she played with and against Sam.
I think that she hasn't probably gotten the credit she deserves as far as the actual Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year, the best awards. I think that she's been one of the top 3 strikers in the world. The tough thing about that is when you win on the international stage, then those awards come. So I think that for Sam, you know, this is a big, big moment for her, and if you can do it on the club level, amazing. But if you can do it on the international stage, that's, I think, what completes it.
You've been listening to Sam Kerr, The Making of a Matilda, the face of the 2023 World Cup, who's adorned billboards, computer games, and even the Sydney Opera House. But now, in front of 80,000 fans at Sydney's Olympic Stadium, Australia's leading goal scorer is ready for the Matildas to have their moment in the spotlight. Their very own Cathy Freeman moment.
We always talk about Cathy Freeman 2000 Olympics, and we kind of hope that no matter what happens, you know, this team is remembered forever, and we represent Australia in the best way possible and show that Australia can be a real footballing country, a real host of women's football.
They gathered in front of large screens in Sydney. In every home, in every town in Australia, they crowded round their television sets. A nation held its breath.
Arrogance. I had arrogance that I was going to win, although I didn't ever broadcast it to the whole world. Typically, me and my personal style just always just went with the flow and just dealt with things in my stride, whilst at the same time very determined to win.
Australians knew that Cathy Freeman would win. It was written in the script for the Sydney Olympics. It simply couldn't happen any other way.
No runner in history can have performed under such enormous pressure to achieve an ambition she's had all her life.
In the home straight, I just, for some reason, knew where my mother and my brothers were, and my stepdad were, and my nephew. Went over there and... These kind of moments, I wish I could take those emotions and just bottle it and say, have a little bit, have a taste of this. It was madness, actually. It was madness, but it was awesome.
I can remember that. I think the whole of Australia literally stood still. Everyone watched that race. And Sanders always loved Cathy Freeman. Because, you know, we watch the Olympics. We watch every event that we can that the Aussies do. We love the swimming. We love the running. When she first went on her first camp and they're like, who's your idol? And everyone's like, you know, David Beckham and Ronaldo and this one, that one. And she goes, Cathy Freeman. And it's like, well, who? Like, what? He didn't say who, because everybody in Australia knows who Cathy Freeman. So, yeah, she says she wants to have a World Cup moment like Cathy Freeman had.
The 2000 Olympics, the legacy that was left there from one special moment was everlasting for all of us. If you ask half the girls in the team, most of their hero or idol growing up was Cathy Freeman. So I think for us, that's the legacy that we want to leave, is that we inspire the nation, we move the nation to believe in women's football, believe in the Matildas, and I think we have the participation, we have the love for the game, but the lasting legacy will hopefully be that we get the funding that the sport deserves.
We're going to get right inside, across the the opener for Chelsea in the Women's FA Cup final. And who is it? Of course, it's Sam Kerr, scoring once again on the biggest stage of all. And the backflip celebrations are going with it as well. She bangs the Chelsea badge on her chest because she has found the breakthrough against Manchester United at Wembley.
There'll be plenty more from Maz Faruqi and the rest of the world football team. That was Sam Kerr, Rise of the Matildas, and you can follow the tournament, of course, with the special series of podcasts that we will have. They'll be available to download from wherever you get your podcasts from. The action all starts on Thursday for Australia and for Sam Kerr against the Republic of Ireland in Sydney. Of course, coverage throughout the tournament here on Sports World and the BBC World Service. Now, we're here on centre court, and we've had a new Wimbledon women's singles champion. It's the Czech player, Markéta Vondrousová. So let's hear from her. She's been speaking to the world's media in the last hour, and she has said what she thought was impossible has turned out to be possible, despite all the setbacks that she's had.
When I was coming back, I didn't know, what's going to happen and if I can play at that level again. And this seems impossible, on grass. I didn't play well, before, so I think it was the most impossible Grand Slam for me, to win. So I didn't even think of it. And when we came, I was like, just try to win a couple of, matches. And now this happened. It's crazy.
Well, Marketa Vondrousova is the first unseeded player to lift the Venus Rosewater dish. She has made history on centre court today. She is a Wimbledon champion. Goodbye. Match point number 2, 40-15. This for the championship. Into the net. No, it's over the net from Mel Chabert. On the rally goes. The put away is in. She's done it. Shot net. Marketa Vondrousova sails to the floor. She is a history maker here at Wimbledon.
Sports World is a BBC Sport production for the BBC World Service. This is the BBC World Service at one of the world's most famous botanical gardens.
We currently have the largest collections of plants from anywhere, and that does include some of the early economic collections.
I'm Rosie Kinchin, and I'll be looking into the wider links between plants and colonialism. Kew Gardens, Botany and the British Empire. Tuesday at 8:30 and 19 GMT. In half an hour, the Lazarus heist. In 2018, hackers used computer virus to hijack ATMs around the world, tricking them into spewing out millions of dollars. Investigators say this was the work of North Korean hackers. So, did they really do it? And if so, how? This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
At 17 hours GMT, this is Nigel Adderley live from London with the newsroom on the BBC World Service. Extreme weather continues to have an impact across the globe.
The heat wave has been dubbed Cerberus from Dante's Inferno, and let me tell you, it definitely feels like hell at the moment over here.
We have the latest from Asia, Europe and Africa. Also coming up, South Korea says it will keep supplying Ukraine with bulletproof vests and helmets, but no heavy weapons. There's an arrest in one of America's longest-running murder investigations. And the Church of England wants one of Henry VIII's tapestries back from Spain. In sport, we're live at Wimbledon, where history was made in the ladies' final.
Match point number 2, 40-15. This for the championship. On the rally goes. The put away is in. She's done it. Marketa Vondrousova. She is a history maker here at Wimbledon.
You're listening to the BBC World Service.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their cars, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Cheongcheon region. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people nationwide in 3 days. Our Asia Pacific editor, Jae-Sung Lee, is monitoring the tunnel crisis.
The rescue operation and the efforts will continue throughout the night because this is a very dire situation. It's not clear yet how many vehicles are actually trapped under there and also how many people are actually in these vehicles. So far, one person is reported to have died and about 9 people have been rescued so far. There's growing criticism actually in South Korea as to why the officials didn't act sooner to restrict access to this tunnel.
The floods have seen thousands of people move to temporary shelters. Representatives of Sudan's army have returned to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Their paramilitary rivals have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations, which Saudi and US mediators adjourned last month after numerous ceasefires were violated. Sudan's health ministry said 4 people were killed in a drone attack on a hospital in Omdurman, adjoining Khartoum. Unprecedented heat waves are plaguing many countries. The US National Weather Service has warned that scorching temperatures in western states could be deadly. Temperatures are nearing record levels there and in Europe. Red alerts are in force in Italy. Iscondalia in Venice described the level of discomfort.
The heat is really harmful for us because in the gondola it reaches 50 degrees.
We've tried to measure the temperature, and in fact, I'm one of the few who use the cover. Clear, yellow, very delicate, so as not to feel the heat of the gondola, which goes up your legs, goes up your feet. It really burns. You get burned. And sometimes the tourists jump in pain when they lean against it.
Unseasonably hot weather is also affecting parts of China and Japan. Data from across the globe has already shown that June was the hottest month since temperatures started to be recorded. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken to hospital after feeling unwell. His office says initial tests have found nothing out of the ordinary, the assessment being that he is dehydrated. Last October, the 73-year-old was also taken to hospital after feeling ill. The Patriarch of the Chaldean Catholic Church in Iraq has announced that he's moving his headquarters from Baghdad to Erbil in Kurdistan amid tensions with another Christian group. The Patriarch, Marsako, denounced what he called a dirty game and said he was withdrawing to a monastery. Recent months have seen a growing confrontation between the Chaldean Patriarch and a Christian party whose armed wing is part of a powerful Iranian-backed paramilitary alliance. World News from the BBC. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says he will expand his country's humanitarian and non-lethal military support to Ukraine. Speaking on a surprise visit to Kiev, Mr. Yoon said Seoul would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets, but there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of ammunition and heavy weapons, as Ukraine and its allies have long been calling for. Tennis, and Marketa Vondrousova has won Wimbledon, becoming the first unseeded player to win the women's singles title in the professional era. The 24-year-old left-hander from the Czech Republic beat Tunisia's Ons Jabeur 6-4, 6-4. Jabeur was left runner-up for the second successive year. 1963, Billie Jean King was the first unseeded women's player to make it to the Wimbledon final, where she was beaten by Margaret Court. She was full of praise for Marketa's game today.
Oh, unbelievable. So emotional to watch that match on the Royal Box today. You could see their faces so clearly, and, you know, always had 2-love, 40-love. First set, it's like, just didn't have it. But I don't know, it's so difficult with all the spins.
The Brazilian government says public sector workers will be allowed time off to watch the women's national football team matches during the World Cup, which starts on Thursday. The decision was announced after Brazil's left-wing government came under criticism. It's common practice in Brazil for both public and private sector workers to be given at least a half day off during key matches of the Men's Football World Cup, which is played every 4 years. There's been weekend travel chaos in Italy and Belgium due to airport and airline staff strikes. Almost 250,000 travellers were left stranded in Italy after 1,000 domestic and international flights were cancelled. Ground crew are demanding a new collective contract. And that's the latest BBC News.
17:06 GMT, you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Nigel Adderley. We begin with an assessment of the extreme weather incidents in many parts of the globe. In South Korea, severe floods have left a number of people trapped inside their cars in an underground tunnel. Rescue workers in the central Cheongcheong region are involved in a desperate race against time. One person is reported to have died, and at least 9 have been rescued so far. Torrential rain has caused floods and landslides which have killed more than 20 people over the last 3 days. A short time ago, Jae Sung Lee, the BBC's Asia-Pacific regional reporter, told me the rescue efforts would continue throughout the night.
A few hours ago, officials held a press conference outlining the ongoing rescue operation. Now, it's very late in South Korea right now, so it's well into the night, but the officials said that the rescue efforts will actually continue throughout the night, which really highlights the dire situation ongoing in this underground tunnel in the central Cheongcheong region. It's fair to say that it's not really clear as to how many vehicles are trapped down there in that underground roadway, as well as exactly how many people are actually in those vehicles. Because initially we heard reports that there were about 19 vehicles down there, but after analyzing footage from surveillance cameras, authorities retracted that amount and said there now seems to be about 15, although when pressed by reporters, they said that they can't be sure. So this is a very fluid situation. We do know, though, that so far one person died and at least 9 people have been rescued, and that there is also a growing criticism on why the officials didn't restrict access to the tunnel sooner when the country has been experiencing heavy rainfall for the last 3 days.
And for the authorities and, of course, the people there, it's a race against time now.
It is a race against time because we first learned about this incident a few hours back. So we can surely say that these people who are trapped down there have been down there for at least a couple of hours, and they have been completely submerged, these tunnels. So it's not looking very good right now. In terms of the wider picture in South Korea, as I've mentioned, it's been battered by 3 days of torrential rain, causing widespread flooding and landslides. More than 20 people are confirmed to have died. That's according to the authorities. But there are fears that the death toll could rise. At least 10 people are reported missing, and this doesn't include the number of people who are feared to have been trapped under that tunnel we've just been talking about. Also, thousands have been rescued from their homes and moved to temporary shelters, and the army has been deployed to help with these rescue efforts.
And how common are incidents like this caused by extreme weather in South Korea?
South Korea, during the summer, always experiences these heavy rainfall. It's known to be kind of like their monsoon. In East Asian countries, including South Korea, Japan, and China, they have an annual rainy season where it rains for days. And I remember when I was a child growing up in South Korea, during summer, the rains would continue and streams would overflow and banks would burst. And there's always fears that there could be damage and casualties from these disasters, from these flooding. But it is getting worse over the years, and that is due to the rising temperatures stemming from global warming. So it's looking like these rainy seasons will continue, and it will progressively get worse over time.
Jae-Sung Lee. Extreme weather of another kind is causing problems in Europe, where a brutal heat wave is sweeping much of the continent. From France in the west across to Poland in the east, high temperatures have got authorities worried. Italy is on course to record the highest temperature ever recorded in Europe. Thermometers are anticipated to top the current record of 48.8 degrees Celsius. Authorities have issued warnings for 10 cities from Bologna to Rome. Alessandra Scotto di Santolo, the journalist based in Naples, says the heat is unbearable.
Red alerts had been issued for Sicily, Puglia and Sardinia as well, where 48 degrees Celsius are expected tomorrow. It looks like Rome is set for a record-breaking 43 degrees Celsius on Tuesday, and Siracusa in Sicily will see 45 degrees Celsius next week. The heat wave has been dubbed Cerberus from Dante's Inferno, and let me tell you, it definitely feels like hell at the moment over here.
Heat waves are also troubling North Africa. And in the US, up to 113 million Americans are also suffering intense heat. In California's Death Valley, one of the hottest places on Earth, experts are predicting another record-breaking temperature of up to 54 degrees Celsius. BBC weather presenter Sarah Keith Lucas explains the factors causing these extraordinary weather events.
Different things happening at the moment, and they're coming together. First off, the jet stream is what delivers our weather. So areas of low pressure come from the jet stream and high pressure as well. And at the moment, the jet stream is really far north, so it's amplified both in North America and across in Europe as well. So that's something we're seeing more commonly as our climate warms up, is that jet stream just pushes further north and it sits there in quite a blocked pattern. So we do see not just that feed of warm air pushing up from the south, but also it sticks around because of the blocked jet stream. So it's not delivering the same areas of low pressure and high pressure in succession, but it's just really sitting there day upon day and allowing things to warm up. So yes, the jet stream is further north, but there's also a marine heat wave as well. So we've got really warm conditions in the Atlantic Ocean, about 4 or 5 degrees above average, and the Pacific as well. We've been talking about the development of El Nino, so the warming, more warmth coming out of the oceans at the moment. Across southern Europe, we're going to see a burst of heat coming in this week. So particularly as we get towards Tuesday and Wednesday, some really, really hot air coming up from Africa, and that's going to be affecting parts of Spain, again Italy, Sardinia as well, and across the Balkans as well. So temperatures across the region are going to be in the mid, possibly the high 40s, potentially record-breaking at least for the next week or so for southern Europe.
Sarah Keith Lucas. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol has promised to increase the humanitarian and non-lethal military equipment his country gives to Ukraine. He's been visiting Kyiv on what was his first trip to the country since Russia's invasion 17 months ago. Seoul is under pressure from Western allies to go further and give Ukraine weapons and ammunition. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, James Landau.
South Korea has a long-standing policy of not giving weapons and ammunition to countries involved in active conflicts. So its support for Ukraine has thus far been humanitarian, economic and logistical. President Yoon said South Korea would give Ukraine more than £100 million in humanitarian aid this year, an increase from last year. And he promised to expand the amount of non-lethal military equipment his country provided, such as helmets and body armor. President Zelensky thanked especially for mine-clearing vehicles, which he said were saving lives. But there was no mention from either president of the huge stockpile of arms and ammunition that South Korea has to defend itself from its own aggressors. President Zelensky did not ask for it. President Yoon did not offer any of it. Analysts said this suggested both sides were content, at least for now, with the current situation, whereby South Korea sells arms to Ukraine's allies like Poland to replenish the stocks they have given to Kiev.
James Landau. Could a discarded pizza be the final clue in an American murder case that has gone unsolved for over a decade? The DNA of a successful New York architect Ron Hoyman, taken from a pizza box, matched with genetic material found on a woman's remains. She was one of 11 bodies discovered on Gilgo Beach between 2010 and the following year, in a case that rocked the quiet Long Island neighborhood. Mr. Hoyman pleaded not guilty to the charges, and our US correspondent David Willis is live on the newsroom now to tell us more. And David, first of all, tell us more about Rex Hoyman.
Well, he's a 59-year-old architect, a husband, a father of two, who lives in a town near Gilgo Beach. That's the town in which he grew up. And detectives say he was arrested in Manhattan last night based on data linked to so-called burner phones and DNA evidence garnered from a discarded pizza crust that was picked up following a surveillance operation. He's now been charged with 3 murders and is described as a prime suspect in the death of a 4th woman whose disappearance and death closely resembled those of the others. Now, Rex Heuermann is currently being held in custody and he's pleaded not guilty.
Now, this case, David, has been an obsession in this part of New York for over a decade now.
It has indeed. The so-called Gilgo Beach murders captivated people on Long Island to the east of New York City just over a decade ago. In total, the remains of 9 women, a man and a toddler, were discovered. And the 3 women that Rex Heuermann has so far been charged with killing were all in their 20s. They were all sex workers, and they were found buried in a similar fashion at a similar location on the remote Gilgo Beach. That's an isolated stretch of coastline. And detectives believe that Rex Heuermann used so-called burner phones in order to communicate with the women and then discarded those phones once he killed them. As I say, 11 sets of human remains were involved, and detectives say they believe that evidence garnered in the course of what is still an ongoing investigation could lead to clues relating to the deaths of the others.
Because we think we know more about 3 bodies here potentially, but of course there are 8 other cases ongoing.
Absolutely, and detectives also maintain that Rex Heuermann carried out what they say were hundreds of internet searches into the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders, posing such questions in search engines as, why hasn't the Long Island serial killer been caught? As I say, it's an ongoing investigation, and detectives say they may have more details coming to light in the weeks ahead.
David Willis joining us live from the United States. You're listening to the BBC World Service. It is 5:17 GMT. It was an historic Wimbledon final on centre court early today. Czech player Markéta Vondrasova became the first unseeded player to win the ladies' tournament. The 24-year-old has come back from a succession of injuries to win her first Grand Slam title.
Everything I've been through, I had a calf last year this time, so I'm just, it's just amazing that I can stand here and hold this, Tennis is crazy. I just enjoyed the 2 weeks so much. You know, it was exhausting, but I'm just, you know, so grateful and proud of myself.
But Tunisia's Ons Jabeur saw her hopes of becoming the first African or Arab winner dashed for a second successive year.
I will try to speak because this is very, very tough. First, I want to say congratulations to Marketa and her team. I want to thank my team for always believing in me, and we're going to make it one day. I promise you.
Sports World's Lee James joins us live from centre court now. Lee, 6-4, 6-4 for Vondrousova in the end, and she's finally fulfilled the potential she showed as a youngster.
Yes, she has, Nigel. Really successful junior career. She had reached world number 1, and she made an impact on the senior tour. She had reached the French Open final, age 19, when she lost to Australia's Ash Barty in 2019. Also lost the Olympic final in Tokyo in 2021. But then suffered a number of injuries, which she spoke about there. She was here at Wimbledon last year as a fan with a cast on her wrist after surgery. Very talented player, though, had been as high as number 14 in the world, but grass not so familiar for her. She'd previously only won 1 match at Wimbledon before this tournament, so it shows how impressive she has been throughout and how she handled the nerves of the occasion so much better to get the victory today.
And there was history on her shoulders, and also Ons Jabeur as well. And there were 5 breaks of serve in the first set, and she can look back on a number of missed opportunities.
Yes, she can, and I mentioned how the occasion was handled by Vondrousova. I think for Ons Jabeur, the nerves did get to her, perhaps the expectations as well. As she heard from her there, she said to this centre court crowd that were largely supportive of the Tunisian player that she will be back, but she looked absolutely heartbroken after the match when she sat in a chair with her head bowed. She described it as the most painful loss of her career, and she is aiming to make history. She is a trailblazer already for Tunisian tennis and for Arab tennis, but to have become the first to have won a women's singles title at a major, it would have meant so much, of course. But there's another time maybe, but she's now lost 3 major finals, and that will no doubt weigh on her as well.
And it's a big weekend for Vondrousova. Tomorrow is her first wedding anniversary as well. Also tomorrow on centre court, Lee, we have the men's final. Novak Djokovic against Carlos Alcaraz, the dominant player in this generation, against possibly the next big thing.
That's right, we can't wait for this one. The top 2 in the world meeting on centre court, as you say, the young pretender versus the GOAT. Novak Djokovic is going to be playing his record 35th major final, looking for a record equaling 24th Grand Slam title and his 8th here at Wimbledon. But you have Carlos Alcaraz, who's only contesting his 2nd major final, but he's won one at the age of 19, the US Open last year. There are 16 years between them. Plenty of respect, though, between the 2 players. I think this is the one we all wanted to see. Can Carlos Alcaraz, who played so well in the semi-final victory over Daniil Medvedev, really put the pressure on Novak Djokovic on a court, Nigel, where he hasn't lost for 10 years since the 2013 final against Andy Murray. Djokovic says he's hungry, so am I. Let's have a feast. We can't wait for it on Sunday.
And that will be live on Sports World on Sunday. Thanks to Lee James, live from centre court at Wimbledon. Peace talks between the 2 warring sides in Sudan have fallen apart before. Now, another attempt is being made to bring them to the negotiating table in Saudi Arabia. But so far, only representatives from the army have said they'll attend the talks. For more details, we're joined live in the studio by our Africa regional editor, Richard Hamilton. And Richard, what do we know so far about these peace talks?
Well, we know that representatives of the Sudanese army have actually now arrived in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. So they say they want to talk. There's not been any response from the paramilitary, the RSF. And Saudi Arabia and the United States, who have brokered these talks, are yet to confirm whether they will go ahead. And as you say, previous efforts have fallen apart. There's been much frustration. There were also attempts to have peace talks in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, but there were objections from the Sudanese army because they saw the head of IGAD, the Kenyan president, as being too close to the RSF. There was also a summit on Thursday in Cairo, but there were objections from the paramilitary because the government in Cairo is seen as too close to the army. So lots of complicated problems, and people are pretty understandably cynical about these attempts to say, oh, we'll attend peace talks, because sometimes it's just an attempt to create a moral high ground saying, look, we're prepared to talk and the other side aren't. They may, of course, eventually come to a negotiating table, but you'd have to ask yourself, well, what would be left? Sudan would be completely in ruins by then. And then there's a famous quote from the Roman historian Tacitus who said they created a wasteland and called it peace.
While they may potentially have talks, the war goes on, and there's been an attack on a hospital today.
That's right. We don't know very much, except that at least 4 civilians have been killed on a drone attack in a military hospital in Omdurman. And the Omdurman has sort of become the epicenter of fighting in Khartoum. It's just across the Nile, because it's thought that the paramilitary get their supplies from Darfur, and that comes in via Omdurman. So it's very much where the most intense fighting is happening at the moment. And attacking hospitals is against the Geneva Convention, so that would be considered a war crime. And this very much undermines any, profession that or statements from either party that they're committed to peace talks.
Richard Hamilton, our Africa regional editor, thank you. Now to a puzzling syndrome. Over the years, there have been reports of people inexplicably waking up and speaking in a different accent. An Italian woman speaking in a Canadian accent, or an American suddenly developing a strong New Zealand accent. Well, that's happened to Zoe Coles here in England. She noticed first she was struggling with her speech and her mobility early last year, and was diagnosed with a neurological disorder. However, 6 weeks ago, things took a very unusual turn. Our reporter Simon Spark has been to meet.
I have something called a functional neurological disorder. Basically, that is that my brain isn't receiving and sending signals. They're all muddled.
This was Zoe, speaking normally when we interviewed her last year.
So I have been diagnosed with functional neurological disorder.
But this is her now, speaking in a Welsh accent, which started 6 weeks ago.
I've just developed this Welsh accent. It's been all day. I've never in my life been able to speak Welsh. I'm on day 6 of speaking Welsh. 6 days ago, I woke up with this accent. Excuse the state of me, I've got a stinking cold, but I'm still Welsh. It's been about 3 weeks now, and I'm beginning to think this is going to stay.
Zoe has been documenting her rare neurological disorder since the beginning of last year.
I've had slurred speech, definitely having slurred speech. I went mute for 4 days, couldn't speak at all. My leg gives way on me sometimes. I've had tics also.
But having a different accent completely taking over and even changing her personality is another first for her.
A lot of people ask me, where are you from? Are you from Cardiff? Bristol? I've had Northern Ireland. I've had all sorts of questions of where I'm from. And then I feel like I have to explain what happened, and I get like an anxiety over it because some people, it's not known about. It's really rare, so people don't believe that it's a thing, and she's faking it, or she's making it up. There's no way, no, not a chance on earth I'd be able to keep this going for 6 weeks. It's ridiculous.
Her voice did come back once.
I'm speaking normal. I took a turn for the word.
But when she felt better, her Welsh accent was back. Her doctor has made a referral to an FND specialist, but it was refused because she wasn't in the right catchment area. So now she feels stuck and has started her own appeal for help.
Something is obviously going wrong up in my brain. Like, something's obviously not right, because who on earth wakes up speaking a totally different accent? So I would like to work with somebody that can help me, and then we can help others. Like, I want to help everyone that's got this. I'm not the only person, but let's start with me. I'll be a guinea pig.
Zoe Coles talking to Simon Spark. Here in the UK, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the worldwide Anglican Communion, Justin Welby, has thrown his weight behind a campaign to bring a rare tapestry made for King Henry VIII back to British shores. The tapestry went missing for decades and was found in a private collection in Spain 5 years ago. The BBC's Lindsay Smith takes up the story.
Henry VIII wanted no expense spared with the 9 tapestries he commissioned to mark the split with Rome and the divorce. Huge hangings, they were woven with threads of silver and gold. But 200 years ago, they disappeared. Now, one of them, a 20-foot tapestry showing St. Paul burning pagan works, is being offered for sale. Bishop of Canterbury is adamant it must, as he says, come home to the nation. But there's a stumbling block, the £3.5 million price tag. A public appeal for donations has been opened, and it's understood grants are being sought too. The art collector and investment banker Jonathan Ruffer is said to be contributing £1 million towards it. He's hoping the lost Tudor treasure could be a centrepiece attraction at his own Auckland Castle in County Durham.
Lindsay Smith reporting. A reminder of our main stories. A major rescue operation is taking place in South Korea, where floodwaters have left people trapped in cars for hours in an underground tunnel. It's not yet clear how many vehicles are in the flooded tunnel and how many people are inside them. Dangerous heat waves are baking large swathes of North America, Southern Europe and North Africa. Many places are poised for record-breaking temperatures. And the unseeded Czech player Markéta Vondrousova has won the Wimbledon women's final, beating Tunisia's Ons Jabeur in straight sets. That's all from the newsroom for now. From myself, Nigel Adderley, and the team, thanks for listening. Goodbye.
This is the BBC World Service. Viewing the world differently.
How can you separate art from life? They are a window into our different worlds.
It's an experience about connecting and making everybody a same bubble or little world you are creating.
Transcending language and moving us all.
Everything that we're doing is trying to tell the story.
Art.
One painting has always stuck in my head.
Music. There are some bits of music, some chords that play on the heartstrings. Culture.
Being in the moment, sharing and dancing and celebrating life.
From those who have made their mark and those who are yet to.
Because I was moving in a way, sometimes sliding or doing a little twirl.
We explore them all.
It's just something my body's always done that I've sort of used to heal myself, that my body needs.
Art, music and culture from the BBC World Service.
Welcome to the Lazarus House on the BBC World Service. I'm Jean Lee.
And I'm Jeff White.
We're on the trail of some of the most elusive and ambitious criminal hackers in the world. They're known as the Lazarus Group, and they're allegedly working for North Korea. In this episode, investigators are racing to figure out who hijacked hundreds of ATMs to steal millions of dollars.
The Lazarus heist is after the news.
BBC News with Debbie Russ. Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling through the night to reach people trapped inside their vehicles, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Chungcheong region. So far, 1 person has been found dead and 9 people have been pulled out alive. It's unclear how many cars are trapped. Unprecedented heat waves are plaguing many countries around the world. Nearly a third of Americans are under extreme advisories. Temperatures are nearing record levels. Red alerts are in Italy and Spain. Sudan's army has sent negotiators back to Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Their paramilitary rivals, the RSF, have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations. South Korea is to increase humanitarian and non-lethal military aid to Ukraine. President Yoon Jong-seo said during a surprise visit to Kiev that he would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets. However, there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of lethal weapons requested by Ukraine. Strikes of airport and airline staff have disrupted weekend travel in Italy and Belgium. In Italy, 1,000 flights were cancelled. 2 men in their late 70s have become the latest to say they were sexually assaulted while underage by the late Japanese music mogul Johnny Kitagawa. It's part of an ever-widening scandal engulfing Japan's foremost talent agency, which he founded. The Patriarch of the Chaldean Catholic Church in Iraq is moving its headquarters from Baghdad to Erbil, amid tensions with another Christian group. Sako denounced what he called a dirty game, as he said he was withdrawing to a monastery in the semi-autonomous Kurdish region. Tennis, and Markéta Vondrousova has won Wimbledon becoming the first unseeded player to win the women's singles titles in the professional era. BBC News. From the BBC World Service, this is the Lazarus Heist.
What you're about to hear is an edited version of Season 2 of the Lazarus Heist podcast. The story of hackers, North Korea, and billions of dollars.
I'm Jean Lee. I'm a journalist who opened the first and only U.S. News Bureau in North Korea.
And I'm Jeff White. I'm an investigative journalist covering tech and organised crime.
Previously on the Lazarus Heist, at the headquarters of the Cosmos Cooperative Bank in India, there's chaos and confusion. Somehow, hackers have broken in and have messed with their systems. Millions of dollars are missing from their accounts.
In terms of Indian money, 94 crore rupees had gone, some $14 million. In a single case, it was a huge, huge loss to the bank.
It's a brazen attack. What's even more outrageous is the way the hackers carried it out. Indian police began to investigate, and they soon realised that this was a so-called jackpotting heist. That's when hackers take control of a cash point, causing it to spew out all its banknotes. But this isn't just one machine. The Cosmos case is jackpotting on a different scale. These hackers have compromised hundreds of cash points, making a staggering 12,000 fraudulent withdrawals, all of them targeting Cosmos bank accounts.
That's not all. It turns out this attack didn't just happen in India. The hackers have hit ATMs in 28 different countries.
And what makes this even more astonishing is the timing. All these withdrawals took place simultaneously in a time window of just 2 hours, 13 minutes. And you've got to realise these 28 countries are spread across multiple time zones.
India,
Canada,
Bulgaria,
the UK,
the United Arab Emirates,
Turkey,
Japan,
Russia,
the United States.
The attack happened in the afternoon in India. At the dead of night in America, breakfast time in the UK, hackers have managed to compromise hundreds of ATMs and coordinate an army of money mules to jackpot those machines at exactly the same time. It's an extraordinary global flash mob of crime.
Their money mule accomplices may have disappeared with all those banknotes, but hackers often leave an evidence trail online. And on the other side of the world, in London, a brilliant cyber investigator is on the case. In fact, he's watching the hackers making moves in real time.
Episode 2, Command and Control.
We picked up evidence that the Lazarus group were inside a bank in India. Initially, it wasn't particularly clear who the end victim was. We had a hunch.
Adrian Nish works for BAE Systems. They're a huge defence contractor. They make fighter jets and tanks. But as cyber warfare has become a growing threat, they've concentrated on the digital side too. Adrian's absolutely fascinated with the stuff. He once sat me down and went through a computer hack with me, line by line, explaining each little twist and turn in the code. It's amazing. Adrian and his team spend a lot of their time sleuthing the internet for clues about cybercrimes.
The nature of crime that's been conducted over the internet means that activity is logged in one place or another. We kind of follow those bits of evidence.
Adrian's team are experts in a particular technique. They monitor a thing called command and control service. Here's how it works. If you, for example, hack into someone's computer directly from your own computer, then the police can trace the hack back to you. Not very smart. So instead, you send your commands via another computer, perhaps another one you hacked into previously. This becomes your command and control server. It's a digital middleman between you and your victim.
Often, this middleman computer belongs to someone completely innocent who has no idea they've been hacked. So, if a researcher like Adrian can identify that machine and get in touch with whoever owns it, he can get access to a potential treasure trove of evidence.
Once you have the logs from the servers, you can see what's going through them, what's going on.
What can you find out about what the hackers are up to from that kind of intel?
Everything. In certain cases, you can see exactly what they have stolen. You can see exactly the commands they've executed to carry out the attacks. it kind of captured the crime as it was carried out, and it's there as evidence.
In June 2018, Adrian's team identified a command and control server they're confident is being used by alleged North Korean hackers, the Lazarus Group. They can now watch activity happening on this machine in real time. They're looking over the hackers' shoulders, watching them operate.
They suspect an attack is imminent on a bank in India. They can't be sure exactly who the victim is, but nevertheless, they try to alert authorities in India.
And so we passed the information on to some other partners, and they attempted to get in touch with people locally in India. That sort of process obviously takes a few weeks, and we didn't hear anything back, and the next we knew, the story was in the news. We, of course, knew straight away it was the Lazarus Group again, because we had been watching some of their command and control activity. It would have been too much of a coincidence for it to have been another criminal operation. So that was immediately interesting and different, because we were confident it was Lazarus. We have activity that also kind of matches what we know Lazarus is doing, but this ATM attack is slightly different, and that was the first time that we'd seen evidence that they were trying this new technique. Probably they were in there for many months doing reconnaissance. We don't know exactly what they did, but we do know they managed to get onto some of the ATM systems.
So, can I just point out how amazing it is that these hackers even came up with the idea to get ATM machines to spit out cash all at the same time, all around the world? Because North Koreans don't use ATMs, not even in the capital, Pyongyang. It's easy for us to take ATMs for granted. But this is a technology that would have been totally foreign to these young North Koreans. In fact, when North Koreans defect to South Korea, one of the first things they're taught to do in the resettlement process is how to open a bank account and how to use an ATM. So the hackers may have learned about how we use ATMs in the rest of the world, but their first experience of them may have been when they were sent abroad on a cyber mission.
That's amazing. So how do people get cash in North Korea if there aren't cash points? How do they actually pay for stuff?
Well, first of all, most North Koreans don't have reason to handle a lot of cash. Salaries are extremely low because the state claims to take care of their needs: housing, healthcare, education, food. The people queue up twice a month for rations, whatever it is the state can provide. But in reality, the state doesn't have enough to go around. So North Koreans do what they can to supplement their meager salaries. I've had North Koreans try to sell me biscuits cobbled together from rations, dumplings. In Pyongyang, the goal was always to be sent abroad to make foreign currency, like our North Korean IT workers. Because the dollars, euros, and Chinese yuan that they bring back provide access to a whole other economy and life in Pyongyang. Restaurants, cafes, and supermarkets, and cakes, cappuccinos, and Coca-Cola.
So what about you? How did you pay for things when you were in North Korea?
Well, people like me, who are there for work, have to make sure we bring in enough cash. I always had US dollars, euros, and Chinese yuan in my wallet just to cover our expenses. And I have to say, I bailed out a few foreigners who were there for business and discovered the hard way that they couldn't pay their hotel bill with a credit card or get cash at an ATM.
Interesting stuff. But of course, unlike most North Koreans, it looks like the country's Lazarus Group of hackers had no problems understanding cash point technology.
That's right. Think back to Barnaby Jack's demo for a moment. He created malware that would make one ATM spit out all its cash. But to do that 12,000 times in 28 countries, he'd have had to painstakingly target each ATM. So, to make jackpotting work on a global scale, the Lazarus Group used a whole new strategy.
The next bit is really clever, and to understand it, you're going to want to know a bit about how cash points work. Now, as far as you're concerned, I'm sure you don't even care. You put in your card, type in your PIN, get your cash, and off you go. But there's a bit more to it than that. As Adrian Nish of BAE well knows.
For you to get the money out of the cash machine needs to know that you've got that money in your account wherever that card is. It doesn't matter where in the world you put your card in, it will get routed back to your issuing bank. Your issuing bank will have to provide a message that you can withdraw.
The bit of software that handles all these messages is called the ATM switch. It's a fancy name for the bit of software in the bank that checks you've entered the right PIN, checks you've got enough in your account, and tells the ATM to give you the money. Every bank has its own ATM switch, and once the hackers were inside the one at Cosmos Bank, they had the power to allow or deny ATM withdrawals from anyone using a Cosmos Bank card anywhere in the world. Pretty good, huh?
Yes, but surely to make withdrawals, the hackers would need to have a load of Cosmos Bank cards, enough for 12,000 transactions around the world. How did they get all those cards?
Good point. Yes, to make a withdrawal from Cosmos, you need a card connected to a genuine Cosmos Bank account. Luckily for the hackers, they've got a trick up their sleeve. Firstly, the hackers got hold of legitimate Cosmos customers' bank details. That's the account number, sort code, and name, and so on. Now, we're not exactly sure how they did this, but they're inside the bank's network, so they could have got hold of real account details, or they could have had accomplices set up new accounts. Ultimately, however they did it, they end up with the details of 450 legitimate Cosmos accounts. Then, they create bank cards for those accounts. Sounds high-tech, but it's amazingly simple, and of course, highly legal. Don't try this at home. In your wallet, you probably have a loyalty card for a shop or a supermarket. On the back is a black stripe. That's the magnetic stripe that holds your account details. Well, for a few $100s, you can buy a machine on the internet that will wipe off the loyalty card data. You can then overwrite it with whatever data you want. It's like when you check into a hotel and they swipe your room key to encode it. Same sort of equipment. But instead of getting you into a hotel room, this cloned cash card will now get you into someone's bank account. So, accomplices to hackers take hundreds of these plastic loyalty-type cards and overwrite them with the details of the 450 Cosmos bank accounts that they've obtained.
Okay, but surely they still need to know the card's PIN.
That's another good point. Yeah, getting the PIN is one of the biggest obstacles for card fraudsters. But remember, in the Cosmos attack, the hackers have taken over the ATM switch inside the bank. They not only see all the withdrawal requests, they control the PIN checks. So when a withdrawal comes in from one of their accomplices, they can just say yes.
So when the message comes in, it gets to that switch. The attacker's malware basically intercepts that message, checks it against its local list of card numbers, and if that is a match, if it's a card number from one of their cloned cards, responds back saying, authorizing transaction. And the criminals on the street corner can just keep putting the card in, take as much out of the ATM as the ATM will give it, and it will always just respond back, authorized, 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 authorized. We want to do this stealthily, so, if people were not getting cash, that would be flagged up to the bank straight away. They're letting through the legitimate banking users, so the bank wouldn't be aware that this activity was going on, because their legitimate users are still able to access the funds.
That's interesting.
So this group, if there's one thing I have to kind of say about them, is they are extremely innovative. Every case is somewhat different.
You can hear it there, can't you, in Adrian's comments, the grudging respect of an experienced security researcher for a top hacking squad like the Lazarus Group. The hack itself is impressive, but Adrian's also struck by the group's versatility.
What they did with the malware in terms of the intercepting of the messages is also quite sophisticated, not something I don't think anybody has seen before. That shows the level of skills the group have. They would have had to learn again how to subvert a different type of financial system, but they did it.
Yeah. They seem to really know banks. They get to the point where they really understand banks.
Yeah. It's months of research. It's the motivation. Most criminal groups will probably be happy enough to get away with a couple of million. Stop at that. But the Lazarus of it, they think in orders of magnitude bigger.
Of course, once a heist like this goes down, banks work hard to fix the vulnerability in their software that the hackers were able to exploit. So, if any world-class hackers are listening to this podcast looking for ideas, you don't need me to tell you that ATM switch software will likely be a lot more robust now than it was in 2018 when that Cosmos job went down.
It may be novel and impressive, but this new tactic, motivated by the lure of instant ATM jackpots, is about to create some pretty big headaches for the Lazarus Group.
It's certainly a very loud way of doing things. This would be a great way to attract law enforcement in 28 countries. And then there is a logistics challenge, of course, with this, because it was 28 countries with criminals in each of these countries who had to be given all of these physical cards. They also had to have a route of ATMs they could go around, because it wasn't that you go to one ATM and you cash out 10,000. That's not going to work. The ATM will only give you a few $100s at any given time, so you have to go to different ATMs. all within this 2-hour window that the attackers had for the heist. So it's quite a considerable logistics operation just planning that.
You're not kidding, yeah.
It's not completely unprecedented. Other groups have done this before. Some of those criminals obviously haven't got great operational security themselves, so occasionally you get people tweeting a big bag full of cash, and in these cases the street criminals have gotten caught afterwards. But what generally happens is the masterminds, the people behind the scenes who coordinate the operation, who've written the malware, done the hacking, they are far away from that high risk on the street activity.
Clearly, the hackers had a lot of help with this one. It's up to Inspector General Brajesh Singh in India to track down everyone involved. He'll have his work cut out for him, getting close to the hackers. As Adrian said, they've likely stayed well away from doing the dirty work on the city streets, stuffing bags full of cash, and importantly, they're far away from CCTV cameras. But if the Indian police investigators can track down and arrest any of this army of street criminals, they might uncover what went on further up the chain. A tiny clue about how the hackers masterminded this extraordinary operation.
These people were simultaneously coordinating in more than 20 countries in different time zones. It was just like abracadabra. Put these cards, put any PIN number, any other panic.
And his investigation is about to reveal some really wild stuff. Things that amaze even a seasoned cop like Rajesh. We're talking fake film shoots and innocent people's bank accounts mysteriously filling up with money. That's next time on The Lazarus Heist.
The Lazarus Heist is presented by me, Jean Lee.
And me, Jeff White.
Our producer is Viv Jones. Our original music was composed by Magnus Vines and Ian Wu from the South Korean band Japan.
All of seasons 1 and 2 of the Lazarus Heist podcast are available now. Go to bbcworldservice.com/Lazarus Heist or search for the Lazarus Heist podcast. And once you've found the podcast, do please leave us a rating and a review if your podcast platform allows for it. Your comments will help other listeners find the show. Remember to follow or subscribe.
You can also share your thoughts on social media using the hashtag Lazarus Heist. Thank you for listening.
BBC World Service. You're listening to Sporting Witness. And to mark the 2023 Wimbledon Ladies Final, Kirsty McGuire talks to 3-time Wimbledon finalist and 1-time champion Jana Novotná.
The Wimbledon Ladies Final, 3rd of July, 1993. In the locker room are 2 24-year-olds, ready to face the centre court crowd.
2 people standing in the same room, and next minute, they will be competing against one another.
Did you speak to each other?
No, not really. No words were not spoken.
Psyching themselves up for the final were the overwhelming favourite, world number 1, Steffi Graf, and the dark horse, Jana Novotná of the Czech Republic.
Music was very important. My favourite singer at that time was Madonna, and I remember playing her songs just before the matches. Always the ones that were upbeat, that were inspiring, that would get me going.
But although Jana was seated well below Graf, she was on the up after a victory over the legendary Martina Navratilova in the semi-final.
The way I was moving, the way I was serving, the way I was just using the court, which is so important on grass, everything just came together.
In the final, Graf narrowly claimed the first set, 7-6. But Novotná dominated the second, 6-1.
Then I started off very well in the third, got into a very early lead.
Leading 4-1, Novotná was close enough to victory to taste it.
I basically felt like I had the match in my hands.
5 points away from winning the championship. Before a double fault appeared to be her undoing.
The momentum has already changed even prior to this double fault because I was up 4-1, 40-15. I went to the net and I missed a high forehand volley.
but I missed it by far. Completely unacceptable. And by just letting these two mistakes kind of creep into my game, Steffi took opportunity of that. And Steffi Graf, when you gave her finger, she took the whole hand.
Our sport, Steffi Graf has won her 5th Wimbledon singles title, but she needed a spirited fight back to overcome her opponent, Jana Novotná.
Jana may not have won the title, but she did win the hearts of public and patron alike. In pictures that went round the world, she cried on the shoulder of the elegant Duchess of Kent.
I was twice in the final for the last 2 years, so we kind of know each other, and I said, okay, you lost it, but you have to handle yourself. Then when she, came to me and she started to smile, and when she said, Jana, I believe that you will do it. I know that you will do it. Don't worry. I just let go.
An iconic image that almost eclipsed Steffi Graf's victory in a sense. Did it surprise you?
After the finals, the next day, even though I was sad and kind of disappointed, I opened the newspapers and my picture in the Duchess of Kent was on the front pages, and I really for a moment felt like I was the winner. And that was a great feeling. I really cannot tell you. I still have the newspapers. They're beautiful pictures and beautiful moment that I think it showed the human side of this professional tennis that most of the people came to remember instead of me losing.
Would you describe them as tears of grief, tears of relief, perhaps, or frustration?
I think they were just tears of disappointment, maybe little sadness, feeling being so close. But somehow in my heart I knew that I will come back and one day I will win Wimbledon.
Standing in her way was a narrative of near misses, particularly against Steffi Graf.
I was hoping that she's going to get a little nervous.
You always put a bit of a spell on Jana, don't you, when you play her, I think?
Yeah, there's something that I have that she doesn't really like too much, and we have had a lot of close matches.
Most good judges have always regarded Jana Novotná as one of the outstanding natural players in the women's game. Unfortunately, on so many big occasions, she's somehow failed to take that vital last stride that turns a high-class performer into a champion.
The press labelled you with this word, choker.
That was hard, and really it took me some time to kind of get over that. Now that I think about it, it wasn't at all about getting over losing in the Wimbledon finals. It was more about fighting this and having this label on my back for years to come. And that was not easy. But it really felt almost impossible. No matter how well I did, nobody saw that. And there was always just this negativity and criticism. I struggled with it for a little bit. It was not struggling with my own game, but I cared too much what people think of me, and I cared too much what the press think of me.
But Jana remained determined to win Wimbledon. In 1997, she got to the final again. Suffering with a stomach injury, she lost to a 16-year-old Martina Hingis. Again, the Duchess of Kent provided consolation.
What did the Duchess have to say to you? Because she had a long chat with you.
Yes, she had, because she's very special to me, and she just told me that I'm an exceptional athlete, and even though I'm a little bit older now, then I can still come back next year and do well. She said the third time will be lucky for me, so hopefully she's right. And do you believe her?
I don't know. At that time I was already thinking, like, I'm getting older. I played so well in 93 and I didn't win. Now I played very well and I got injured. So I was just thinking to myself, will there be a third time for me?
But in 1998, there would be a third final, with Novotná no longer the rookie, but the 29-year-old veteran, opposite France's Natalie Tozier.
It was different, and I think it was very calm. I knew that I had more experience with Natalie Tozier and that it will be my year.
But it was a tight match.
Very tight match, yes. Very tight, yeah. The funny thing is, it wasn't one of the best matches. My serve was really not working, and I don't know what it was. I just didn't have the right timing. It was bad. Even though I was not playing my best tennis, I didn't allow any negative thoughts to get into my head. I just played consistently and calmly enough to win.
With her fairy godmother Duchess looking on from the royal box, Novotny was ready to break the spell.
This particular match point when I hit that forehand down the line winner, I knew it. I knew it. I saw it. I felt that I hit the ball well. And I knew that it was good enough to pass her.
That point sealed Novotny's fate with a 6-4, 7-6 victory over Tokyo. In just 2 sets, the Czech player went from choker to champion, and she celebrated in typically impulsive fashion.
You don't plan the reaction. It just happens. And I got down on my knees, touched the grass, felt the ground, and then just tears of joy and happiness were just flowing.
Even Jana's opponent seemed pleased for her.
How good a champion do you think Jana Novotny is?
Well, the thing is, Jana, she deserved it because everybody thinks she was not good mentally. She fight against that, and I'll give my best, what I have in my racket today, and she played just too good.
Now retired, Jana Novotny plays in the Legends Tennis Series and can be heard in the commentary box. And she has fond memories of all her Wimbledon finals.
It wouldn't sound great if I would say that the 1993 final was the one that I was most proud of, because I lost the match when I was ahead, but it meant so much for me. And maybe it made me a better player, it made me a better person, and maybe that match has helped me to accomplish a lot more in my career. And if I could do it again, I would. All of it. Except I would win Wimbledon 3 times this time around.
Jana Novotny was speaking to Kirsty McQuire for that edition of Sporting Witness. It was a Sparklab production for the BBC World Service and was first broadcast in 2015.
This is the BBC World Service, and on the food chain this week...
Kilos of truffle, gold foil on pizza, banquets in a field. 3 wedding caterers tell me, Ruth Alexander, what they're really thinking as they meet their clients' ever-increasing demands and prepare lavish spreads in what can be an emotional minefield.
The food chain at bbcworldservice.com/foodchain. In 30 minutes, I Click with Emily Webb.
Hannah Vaughan Taylor has always been bird obsessed. So when she came across an abandoned baby finch, instincts kicked in. The finch even lived in Hannah's hair for 84 days. Hannah knew this was the bird's best chance of survival. Would he make it?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Razia Iqbal, and I've been speaking to the novelist Sir Salman Rushdie, speaking exclusively to us for the first time since he was attacked in August last year. He explains what life's been like since a man rushed to the stage at a literary event and stabbed him several times.
I mean, actually, the physical stuff is more or less okay. I mean, with the exception of having lost an eye. But otherwise, the physical stuff is reasonably all right. The emotional stuff, it takes dealing with. I mean, I had a very good therapist who has a lot of work to do. I had crazy dreams. But I think really the main difference is I don't know when I will again do a public event which is open to the public that anybody can show up.
A life change then, but still full of writing, storytelling, and defiantly still here. Sir Salman Rushdie, after the news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their vehicles, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Chungcheong region. 1 person is reported to have died, and at least 9 have been rescued so far. Jason Lee reports.
The operation to rescue people from the tunnel is continuing throughout the night. It's still not clear how many vehicles are stranded, nor how many people are actually inside them. Earlier, there were reported to be 19 vehicles in the tunnel, but officials later corrected that to about 15. Meanwhile, there's growing criticism of the authorities, with people asking why they didn't restrict access to the tunnel sooner. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people over the last 3 days. South Korea's annual rainy season has become more intense in recent years as a result of rising temperatures.
Heat waves have set in around much of the northern hemisphere. The U.S. National Weather Service has warned that scorching temperatures in western states could be deadly. Unseasonably hot weather is affecting parts of China and Japan, while in Europe temperatures are nearing record levels. This British man managed to help save his grandparents' house from a wildfire near Alicante in Spain.
The field next to us is completely burned. There's a few bits of grass just here and there towards the edges that have been able to survive, but the vast majority of it is just black and ashes. Luckily, both ourselves and the neighbour that we were helping were able to sort of save our gardens, just working as a collective.
Representatives of Sudan's army have returned to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for peace talks. The paramilitary rivals have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations, which Saudi and US mediators adjourned last month after numerous ceasefires were violated. Sudan's health ministry said 4 people were killed in a drone attack on a hospital in Omdurman, adjoining Khartoum. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says he'll expand his country's humanitarian and non-lethal military support to Ukraine. Speaking in Kiev, he said Seoul would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets, but there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of ammunition and heavy weapons, as Ukraine and its allies have called for. Tennis, and Marketa Vondrousova has won Wimbledon, becoming the first unseeded player to win the Wimbledon singles title in the professional era. The 24-year-old left-hander from the Czech Republic beat Tunisia's Ons Jabeur 6-4, 6-4. Here's our tennis correspondent, Russell Fuller.
Jabeur described this as the most painful loss of her career. She appeared consumed by nerves throughout and has now lost 3 Grand Slam finals in 12 months. Vondrousova's only role at Wimbledon last year was to cheer on her best friend in the qualifying competition, with her left wrist in a cast, but after 6 months on the sidelines has transferred her clay court prowess to the grass courts of Wimbledon.
BBC News. The Patriarch of the Chaldean Catholic Church in Iraq says he's moving his headquarters from Baghdad to Erbil in Kurdistan, amid tensions with another Christian group. The Patriarch, Mar Sarko, denounced what he called a dirty game and said he was withdrawing to a monastery. Recent months have seen a growing confrontation between the Chaldean Patriarch and a Christian party whose armed wing is part of an Iranian-backed paramilitary alliance. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken to hospital after feeling unwell. His office says initial tests have found nothing out of the ordinary, the assessment being that he is dehydrated. Last October, the 73-year-old was also taken to hospital after feeling ill. 2 men in their late 70s have become the latest to say they were sexually assaulted while underage by the late Japanese music mogul Johnny Kitagawa. It's part of an ever-widening scandal engulfing Japan's foremost talent agency founded by Kitagawa, which in May issued an apology to those coming forward with allegations. Will Leonardo reports.
At a press conference in Tokyo, the actor Yoshitsugu Hattori and his friend spoke of being assaulted around 100 times by a man who had become one of Japan's most powerful media figures. Mr. Hattori was the son of a famous post-war singer and friend of Johnny Kitagawa, who said the abuse began when he was 8 years old. Kitagawa would stay over and assault him and his friend in his room or inside cars. Filled with fear, he said he couldn't confide in his parents. Mr. Hattori is now 78. He said he decided to come forward because of others also telling their stories. Kitagawa ran a talent agency behind many of Japan's most famous boy bands.
There's been weekend travel chaos in Italy and Belgium due to airport and airline staff strikes. Almost 250,000 travellers were left stranded in Italy after 1,000 domestic and international flights were cancelled. Ground crew want a new collective contract. BBC News.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Razia Iqbal, and I've been speaking to the novelist Sir Salman Rushdie. By the mid-1980s, Salman Rushdie had won the Booker Prize for his novel Midnight's Children. It propelled him into international stardom. When he wrote the Satanic Verses in 1988, his life changed in a completely different way. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini, issued a fatwa inciting Muslims to murder him for what he said was a book that blasphemed against Islam. Rushdie went into hiding. People demonstrated against the book. Many people were killed, including a publisher and a translator. And there were diplomatic rifts between the UK and Iran that lasted for years. For the last 20 years, he lived in relative freedom with no security protection. Last August, at a literary event in a sleepy town in upstate New York, a man walked onto the stage where Rushdie sat and stabbed him several times.
This is the first interview Sir Salman Rushdie has given to the BBC since that event. I began by asking him how he was now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm all right, you know. I'm a little beaten up, but I'm kind of... I mean, the human body has an amazing capacity to heal. So I'm fortunately well on that way.
A few months after that attack, you and I exchanged some messages, and you said to me, in the end, it's the books that matter, not the knives. And it felt so typical of you to have said that, and I felt so astonished at the miracle, really, that had occurred. And I wondered, though, how you think what happened to you has changed you.
It's, I suppose, I feel, first of all, just very lucky. I discovered what a lucky person I am. And then there was this huge outpouring of kind of support and affection, you know, and that was incredibly moving to feel, to be on the receiving end of that. And it's a little strange because back in the day, at the moment when these threats first began, back in 1989, frankly, there wasn't so much of an outpouring of affection. There was quite a lot of the other thing.
Yeah, there was a huge amount of vilification and hate.
Yeah, and so I guess I thought this is what it takes to change people's minds.
I mean, it's interesting to hear you talk about yourself as a lucky person given the threats and how long those threats had hung over your head. And for some time you had lived without security protection and gone about your business.
Well, for 20 years, yeah, more than 20 years. And that seemed all right. It didn't seem like I was doing something stupid. And I still don't think I was. I mean, it gave me more than 2 decades of a pretty rich life, you know, with a lot of work and a lot of joy. And I don't think that's unmade by the action of this one young man.
I want to ask you about that work in just a moment, but let's talk about that young man. Your attacker has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder. How do you feel about him?
I mean, well, first of all, that's just silly because a couple of thousand people saw him do it. And, I mean, I'm led to believe that that's just a holding plea, and that actually he might well change his plea. You know, and if I was his lawyer, I would advise him to do so.
What is likely to happen? I mean, are you likely to come face to face with him in a courtroom?
It's possible. I mean, it sort of depends. I mean, if he changes his plea to guilty, then actually there's not a trial, there's just a sentencing. And it may well be that then my presence isn't required. I mean, I've actually I'm in two minds about it. There's one bit of me that actually wants to go and stand in the court and look at him, and there's another bit of me that just can't be bothered. You know, because I mean, as you well understand, I don't have a very high opinion of him. And I think what is important to me now is that here I am with my life continuing, you know, and I'm more engaged with the business of that, you know, getting on with it.
And getting on with it includes writing about what happened to you?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I mean, it's not going to be a long book. It'll be, you know, a couple of 100 pages maybe.
And is that because you can't do anything before you've dealt with that, do you think?
Yes, because initially I wasn't sure that I would write about it. And I actually had another idea in mind, like before the attack and all that I thought might be a next thing. And I went back, at the point at which I was able to start thinking about writing again, I went back to the computer file where I put my notes on that idea. And I looked at it and I just thought, this is silly, I can't do this. You know, it's like, I mean, to use the cliche, there's this colossal elephant in the room. And until I deal with that, it's difficult to take seriously anything else. And so I thought, well, okay, then I'd better deal with it.
And has security for you changed since the attack? Presumably your family are particularly nervous about all of that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets nervous. More nervous than me, actually.
Why is that? Why are you less nervous?
Well, I've had 33 years. And I kind of understand what's happening, and I know how to deal with it. I mean, the answer is yes, it has changed. And in America, I've got involved with private security and there are occasions when I have to use that. And in England, I mean, I've been offered protection again, and so for the moment, anyway, I have that. When I'm in England.
And is that state protection?
Yeah. Like the good old days.
It is extraordinary that you can joke about these things. I mean, that also feels typical of you.
Well, I mean, Milan Kundera just died, and I've been thinking about him. He talked about laughter as being the way to deal with atrocity. Of course, in his case, the atrocity he's thinking of is communism, and so on. But I think it's not bad advice. It's not bad advice.
Your last novel, your latest novel, Victory City, was finished before the attack happened. It does, though, feel to me like a book that affirms time and again your faith in literature.
Yeah, I mean, it's a book about a book, It's a book that its anonymous narrator is adapting from another book, which of course doesn't exist, which is an ancient text. So yeah, it's a book about loving books, and it's a book about the way in which books, in the end, tell us the world. Writers don't have much power, we don't have armies, and we don't have billions, and we don't have pushers and threads. What we do have is the ability to write about the world in the way that will, if we're any good at it, that might endure. So it's like if we now think about Napoleon Bonaparte's Russian campaign, we think about War and Peace. And in a way, Tolstoy owns that more than any historian, even though he took terrible liberties and changed things around, etc.
It is interesting to hear you say that writers don't have power, and yet your words have provoked diplomatic rifts. The threat over you, of course, has been considerable. People have lost their lives as a result of the response to words that you wrote.
Yeah, I mean, people lost their lives as a response to a terrorist fascist attack. I mean, let's get this the right way around. And I wish it weren't so. No. But I also find it very difficult to believe that it was my words that had the power, because almost everybody who attacked the book failed to read it. So the attack was against an imaginary book and with real-world consequences, which is one of the bizarre aspects of it. But I mean, one of the things that's been good about this long period since the publication of the Satanic Verses is that people are able to read the book now. And I mean, that was one reason to fight for its survival. I hoped that a time would arrive, which I think more or less has arrived, when people could read it as a novel, not as some kind of political hot potato, and some people love it, some people don't like it, and some people are halfway in between, and that's the ordinary life of a book. And I just wanted that book, like all my other books, to have its ordinary life. Yeah. And I'm happy to say that I think now it has it. And it was a big fight, but it was a good one to have.
Do you think, though, that in the wake of the attack last year, people did talk about how the Satanic Verses may not have been published today? So different is the culture and our sensitivities around Islam.
Yeah, I mean, that might be true. That might be true. I mean, I have no way of knowing, really.
I would hope it's not true. But it's very difficult to ask what if, I remember my old history teachers at Cambridge saying to me that it was hard enough to understand what actually happened without asking yourself what might have happened if that hadn't happened. and the art of history is to examine what actually did happen. And what didn't happen but might have or could happen another, that's for fiction.
Indeed, and it's exactly what you do in Victory City, your latest novel. I mean, the hero and author is a woman who lives till she's 247 years old. She becomes a queen, founding a city which is a sort of feminist utopia, if you like, but then it becomes distinctly illiberal.
Yeah.
And I wonder about that in the context of everything that you're saying, because you are clearly an observer of what has shifted in society in terms of the ease with which illiberalness can emerge.
Yeah, well, one of the things, when I was doing the research for what became Victory City, and I was reading about the medieval Indian kingdom of Vijayanagar in South India, which is sort of what inspired it. One of the things that really struck me was how central and important the place of women was. In the 14th century, that there were almost as many schools for girls as for boys, that there were women in every walk of life. There were women generals, and merchants and lawyers and anything you can imagine, And I thought, how interesting that was true 700 years ago. And if you look at contemporary India, it's maybe less true now than it was then. And so that became one of the starting points for the book. But I'm not by nature very utopian. I'm more of a satirist than a utopian. And so I thought, well, obviously things are going to go wrong. and it's interesting how they would go wrong. But they don't just go wrong in one direction. There are phases. There are bits when they go right again, and then they go wrong again. And one of the things that I learned through the study of history is that history doesn't go in a straight line. It circles about and spirals and loops, and there are enormous changes very suddenly. And if you're really going to write about history, you have to write about that. And that's, of course, a very novelistic way of thinking.
After the fatwa, you wrote a book which was really an allegory looking at the fight for freedom of speech, Haroun and the Sea of Stories, which you wrote for your son, and I'm interested in that being the book that you chose to write after that thing that happened to you, and the book that you feel you have to write now after the attack on you last year. I mean, on this issue of not being silenced, that feels central to your life as an intellectual and as a writer now.
Yeah, I think it's true all of us, who do this strange work, that there are forces trying to silence people, and it's true all over the world, and it's perhaps more true right at this moment than at many points in my life, I think, Haroun and the Sea of Stories, I have to say, truthfully, is just about my favorite book of mine.
Funnily enough, it's my favourite book of yours too. I absolutely adore it.
And it was written because I had a young son. He was 10, 11, 10. He was 10, not even 10 years old when the attack happened. And I had promised him I was going to write a book for him. So I thought I'd better keep the promise. And it turned out to be that book. And so it was a very emotional book to write because it had that intimate aspect to it. And then it came out, and I actually must say, I understood why people who write for young readers have such a nice time, because the response you get from young people is so magical. I would get letters from entire classrooms of kids who had read Haroun the Sea of Stories, in which they would draw pictures of the characters, and they would tell me who they liked and who they didn't like, and they'd give me ideas for sequels, and so on. You know, it was just the most fun I've ever had.
That's so wonderful. It's amazing. I mean, I wonder, though, about what you make of how difficult it still feels to us in British society, in European society, in American society, to really deal with any situation where Islam is perceived to have been slighted in some way, whether it's in France, the murder of the teacher being beheaded because he showed cartoons. In this country, a teacher went into hiding after showing students cartoons of the Prophet. I mean, I wonder why you think we still don't really know how to approach what feels very, very difficult still, so sensitive.
Well, I just think you've got to distinguish between people's private faith, which is kind of none of our business, really, and the politicization of any religion, kind of weaponization of religion to act upon all of us, and you just have to make that distinction. I mean, it's not just Islam. I mean, in America right now, you've got a highly weaponized version of Christianity, which was responsible, in very large part, for the reversal of Roe versus Wade, and for the whole abortion debate. So, I just, in my mind, I think it's actually not that complicated. It seems to me. I mean, I'm not a religious person. I never have been. I came from a family that wasn't particularly religious, and we did all right. And my view is, I don't need it. It's not a thing I need for myself, But if there are people who need it, I mean, that's their business, not mine. Until it becomes politicized. When it becomes politicized, it becomes everybody's business, as all political things do. And I think we just have to be clear about that distinction. So the kind of person who goes off and chooses violence, in my view, is not a representative of religion. He's a representative of violence, and has to be treated in that way. Maybe just if we can keep it clear in our heads that there's this distinction between the private practice of religion and politicized religion, maybe that gives us a way of thinking about it.
I must say that you look very relaxed and at ease in your skin. And when we met last week in London, you were here supporting your wife, who has published her debut novel. And I wonder what that feels like, to be in a place where you actually look very happy to me.
Yeah, well, I am pretty happy, apart from one thing, which was, as you say, almost a year ago, and was a terrible thing. But yeah, I mean, it was very nice to come. I'm going to give her a plug. I promise, Rachel Eliza Griffiths. It's an amazing book, published by John Murray last week. Buy that book. And no, I mean, I think it would be difficult, wouldn't it, for two writers to live together if they didn't like each other's work. And I mean, it wouldn't happen. And the fact that, we've now been together for 7 years or something, and at the beginning, I mean, I think she was a little scared to show me what she was writing, and I was a little scared to read it. But as it happened, it was the moment she did show me, it was very easy, because the book, I mean, before this book, there was also a really beautiful work of poetry called Seeing the Body, which is inspired by her mother's death, and just incredible poetic investigation of grief and loss, and love. And then this novel just blew me away. I just thought, this is an extraordinary writer. And I think one of the infallible tests for whether a book is, whether you like a book or not, is whether it inspires envy. You think, how do you do that? I say to her often now, that living with a poet is a little humbling because of their command of language. So yeah, it's a very beautiful book, and I hope it will find its readers.
We are approaching the first anniversary of this brutal attack against you. I mean, I wonder how you feel you are now moving in the world. Do you feel that you are the same as you were before, apart from, obviously, the physical impact of what happened?
Yeah, I mean, actually the physical stuff is more or less okay. I mean, with the exception of having lost an eye. But otherwise, the physical stuff is reasonably all right. The emotional stuff it takes dealing with. I mean, I have a very good therapist who has a lot of work to do. And I have crazy dreams. But I think really the main difference is I don't know when I will again do a public event which is open to the public that anybody can show up, as opposed to an invitation event and things that are more controllable. Because Chautauqua is the sleepiest place in the world. It's a very pretty place with a community of essentially liberal retirees. So the audience is that. It's a very nice, open-minded, older audience, and that's who was sitting in the crowd. And in the middle of that, there was this one much younger, much less open-minded individual who was able to attack me, and I don't know when I'm going to put myself in that position again.
And that was Sir Salman Rushdie speaking from his home in New York. I'm Razia Iqbal. Thanks for listening to this special edition of The Documentary.
This is the BBC World Service, where Natasha Loder is examining the challenges we face from long COVID.
COVID's trail of destruction to human health is only gradually becoming fully apparent.
At first, when I got COVID, I thought I'd be back after 10 days. Then it was a month. Then I started to think 3 months.
I'll be hearing from scientists trying to unravel a condition with around 200 symptoms.
Long COVID is a health crisis.
And finding out what the latest research on some sufferers is showing.
When we exercise participants and we walk them up and down just for 6 minutes and we do blood tests at the end, their blood looks like they've run the London Marathon.
Depression, psychosis, sleep disturbances are mostly reported by women.
The long haul of long COVID at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up on Outlook, Hannah Bourne-Taylor has always been bird obsessed. So when she came across an abandoned baby finch, instinct kicked in.
I chirped at the finch, and when he chirped back, I was accepted almost instantaneously as a surrogate mother to this finch.
Hannah had been going through a mental health crisis, but each day with the bird proved to be exactly what she needed. The life-changing power of nature after the news.
BBC News with David Harper. Rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling through the night to reach people trapped inside their vehicles, submerged in an underground tunnel in the central Chungcheong region. So far, one person has been found dead and 9 people have been pulled out alive. It's unclear how many cars are trapped. Heat waves have now set in around much of the northern hemisphere. Nearly a third of Americans are under extreme advisories, with warnings that scorching temperatures in the west could be deadly to anyone without effective cooling or hydration. In La Palma, in the Canaries, at least 2,000 people were evacuated as a forest fire burned out of control. Sudan's army has sent negotiators back to Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Their paramilitary rivals, the RSF, have not confirmed if they'll rejoin the negotiations. South Korea is to increase humanitarian and non-lethal military aid to Ukraine. President Yoon Suk-yeol said during a visit to Kiev he would continue to supply bulletproof vests and helmets. However, there was no sign of a change in policy to allow the provision of lethal weapons requested by Ukraine. Strikes of airport and airline staff have disrupted weekend travel in Italy and Belgium. In Italy, 1,000 flights were cancelled. Two men in their late 70s have become the latest to say they were sexually assaulted while underage by the late Japanese music mogul Johnny Kitagawa. It's part of an ever-widening scandal engulfing Japan's foremost talent agency, which he founded. Tennis, and Marketa Vondrousova has won Wimbledon, becoming the first unseeded player to win the women's singles title in the professional era. The 24-year-old left-hander from the Czech Republic beat Tunisia's Onjaba 6-4, 6-4. Public sector workers in Brazil will be allowed time off to watch the women's national football team matches during the World Cup, which starts on Thursday. The decision was announced after Brazil's left-wing government came under criticism since it's an established practice for the men's World Cup. BBC News.
Hello, it's Emily Webb here, and this is Outlook, where people from around the world share the most extraordinary moments of their lives. When Hannah Bourne-Taylor was struggling with her mental health and extreme anxiety and just trying to make it through each day, a small wild bird came into her life. For 84 days, they spent every waking hour together, with the bird even nesting in Hannah's hair. The experience would be transformative. Hannah's a British writer and conservationist, and I found it hard not to get caught up in her enthusiasm. She is bird-obsessed, her words, not mine, and told me about one of her favourite species.
Swifts spend their lives between southern Africa and Britain and Europe, and the summer months are when the swifts come back to Britain. And so I have been running around my village as a 35-year-old woman, telling everyone at the top of my voice, they've arrived!
I love this. So I've actually been following you on Twitter, and there are these amazing videos where you're just like, oh my gosh, the swifts are back.
They're back, the swifts are back. There are 4, they've just on a flyby, just right over my head. So I've been going completely bonkers, like looking up at the sky.
You're just so excited.
If you had to define joy for me as a person living a life right now, it is the swifts and their return and how remarkable these birds are. They shriek around, they've got these iconic silhouettes. They do these aerial displays that are better than the red arrows. And so as a child, it was very, very obvious that of course I wanted to be a part of their lives. And so as a kid, you kind of get away with it. It's okay for a 7-year-old to run around sort of trying to pretend to be a swift and jumping up and down. That's what I used to do. I used to run after them and try and leap into the air and normally fall on my back and end up counting how many there were. And so I had grown up with these swifts in my childhood in Somerset.
Also, where in Somerset? You got mine from Somerset.
Right. My parents currently live near Crewkerne.
Oh, near Crewkerne. Oh, very nice. Oh, my association with Somerset more like going out on Western from there, so
oh my god.
So you were like, oh, the beautiful swifts, and I was like, meanwhile. Because I read that you described that you have this kind of tunnel vision when it comes to the natural world. Where does that come from, do you think?
I've always been a lover of the wild and of animals, so I think that was partly to do with my parents. So I spent a lot of time outside. We didn't have a television, and we spent most of our time walking around out in the countryside, looking at the hedgerows, and my father would start telling me these magical facts that would differentiate each species from the next, and I just started falling in love with these different lives around us. And I also felt like an odd one out at school. And so every time I felt like the odd one out, I would sort of go back to nature. And also we moved around a lot. And every time we moved, it would be the garden that was my anchor of home. Because in the garden, it was the blackbird and the robin and those familiar faces that would be wherever I moved to. And so this idea, I didn't know that until I went to Ghana.
And Hannah's time in Ghana is what we're going to be talking about. That's where Hannah stumbled across an abandoned fledgling finch that she decided to raise and release back into the wild. Hannah was living in a very remote part of Ghana at the time, in the southeastern region of the country.
So imagine just all you can see is grassland that is above your head.
How was it that you first came across the finch?
The finch. So imagine a bird about half the size of a sparrow, and
probably what, like
smaller than a fist.
Oh, yeah. So if he was standing in my hand, he would be about the height of my little finger, maybe a little bit more. The finch is a mannequin, a bronze-winged mannequin finch. The mannequin, that word derives from Flemish, meaning little man. So just imagine this tiny little thing. And these are flock birds. They live on the edge of existence for their whole lives. So their lives are measured in weeks and months because basically they're a flying snack. You know, they're tiny. They're at the bottom rung of the food chain. And so they are always talking to each other because their survival technique is to stay in the flock. So the sort of herd mentality of safer in numbers.
What do finches sound like?
Oh, so they have lots of different calls. I can only do the generic chirp, so that kind of thing. And so they chirp all the time, especially the babies at this time of year. These fledglings are chirping. And so the mannequin flock would swirl around my house, and they have these nests that they make out of the grass stems, and they put them up in the mango trees. And after a gigantic thunderstorm, all of these nests came down. They got blown out of the tree, and the next morning it looked like tumbleweed. All the nests were on the muddy ground. The mannequin flock were nowhere to be seen. And I went and looked at these nests, and I found one fledgling, one little tiny, tiny little thing. And this fledgling had his head bowed and his eyes shut, and he was shaking, so I knew he was alive. And I didn't want to meddle in his life. It's very, very difficult to look after wild animals, and it's always better if the parents can do it themselves. I didn't want to intervene. And often you can want to help, and actually it's the wrong thing to do, especially for fledgling birds. They're often being taught a lesson in independence by their parents and are deliberately left on their own, things like that. So I sort of left it, hoping that its parents would reclaim the bird, and I sort of spied on it for a good day. But by dusk, I knew the cobras would come and eat it. Wouldn't survive the night. So yeah, by dusk, I had picked this fledgling up and was walking back to my house, having no idea what to do with it, and also no idea that it would turn into this love story of epic proportions.
The timing here was crucial, because it was a moment when both the finch and Hannah needed help. Hannah had moved to Ghana from London in her late 20s with her husband, who worked in education. They lived in the capital, Accra, initially, and to say that she struggled to settle in would be an understatement.
I had been living in Zone 1, central London. I had a job in the creative industry, and every single bird's all over the place. And one particular bird, not colourful, but one that I recognised innately as part of my own identity, the swift. Because, of course, I had grown up with these swifts in my childhood throughout England, and then there I was, plunked in this incredibly remote landscape, very alien environment to me, but there were these birds that were completely part of my own identity from Britain, and so I latched on to these birds almost as soon as we moved.
And not just swifts, but also finches. Because this is where Hannah discovered the tiny brown bird on the muddy ground without a nest or a flock.
As soon as I had picked this bird up, he did this thing which is called imprinting, which is basically when a young bird, and also some young animals do it, where they instinctively, as a survival technique, will accept the thing that is sort of near them. So normally it's obviously supposed to be their biological parent, but, you see these videos online of ducklings following golden retrievers and things like that. That's because the ducklings have decided that the golden retriever, who was nearby when they were super young, is effectively their mother or father. And so I was accepted almost instantaneously as a surrogate mother to this finch.
So he moved in to your house with you and your husband. You sort of had rescued this finch, but what did you want to do with him?
So, firstly, I wanted the bird to keep alive. I wanted to save his life, which is actually really hard to do. A lot of people try and keep alive baby birds. It's really difficult to keep them alive. But I had a much bigger purpose. I wanted to put his life back on course. I wanted to return him to the wild and reunite him with his family. And a part of that was because actually I felt really lost, and I felt like that's what I would want for myself. And I was trying to figure out how I could find myself and how I could get my life back on course, and that governed every minute of my day. It was quite stressful.
Because this finch was a fledgling, meaning that he was a very young bird and hadn't learned all of the skills yet to leave the nest, so you would have to sort of train him up, teach him all of those skills.
How much time were you spending with the finch every day, and how were you just keeping him alive?
So I spent every waking hour with the finch. So 12 hours every day, so that's 84 days, it was 1,000 hours together. So firstly, I had to figure out how to feed him and keep him feeding. It's quite ironic.
Ironic in what way?
Well, you know, I said earlier about how I spent hours and hours and hours saving ants and other insects from the pool and being completely obsessed. Well, then I had to change tack and realised the best way to keep him alive was protein. And so termites were the answer, collecting them and feeding this finch, these enormous termites. And the reward was instantaneous. So when he was hungry, which pretty much all the time, he would throw his head back and have this shrill alarm demanding hunger call. You know, feed me now. And he'd whip out his wings, he'd gulp it down straight away, and he would just keep on doing this alarm until he suddenly became full and then would sort of topple over in this extreme sleep, a bit like, you know, after we've had a massive Christmas dinner perhaps and we all sort of go on the sofa, so like that, but like all the time.
I also loved it sometimes. He was so desperate to be fed that he would just fall over with his enthusiasm.
Yeah, he was like a little matador having a tantrum, or a little opera singer, not able to keep quite on his toes. And the best one, he would make these nests in my hair, actually conveniently because he was instinctively practicing, and my very long, waist-long hair is very similar to the stems of grass that they make their nests out of anyway. And so he would, like, curl my hair up, and then once he was tired, he would sort of nestle into the nest he'd made. He always wanted to be close, you know, skin on feather. And then he would settle down and he would sort of relax his body, and I'd feel this tiny little weight, a feathered pom-pom, breathing quietly, nestling in my collarbone. And then he would make this incredible, very soft chirp. He sounded like a cat purring, almost. And that was his communication that he was content. And that's what made me fall for him completely. Because here was this wild bird who had been born from a tiny egg the size of our little fingernail in a high-up tree. And there he was with me, sort of comforted by the sound of my voice and the beat of my heart, nestling in my own hair. And, you know, I just loved him so much.
OCD had really taken hold of your life in this quite intense way after you first arrived in Ghana. Did you notice a difference after the arrival of the finch? Did it make a difference to your OCD?
Yeah, massively, almost straight away. And the reason was, quite simply, that I had no time. All of my nervous, insane and sane energy had all gone into one life, this finch. I was completely wrapped up in that. But yeah, I couldn't do any of those OCD things. And actually, by not doing the OCD things, by not checking things and these rituals happening, actually creating space between doing it, the less I felt compelled to have these routines in the first place. Also, though, living in the perspective of a tiny wild bird at the bottom of the food chain in the wild, wild Africa, no, it doesn't half change your perspective on life and of life choices and daily things. You know, there I was, trying desperately to think like a finch and be more like him because I had to rewild him. So my focus became, how on earth was I going to teach this bird how to survive in this incredibly harsh wild environment outside? I certainly couldn't be worrying about the future.
The key to your success, basically, was getting the finch accepted as part of this flock, because, as you say, it's very much safety in numbers if you're a little finch in the wild. How did you try to get him accepted?
Okay, there's some basic steps that I had to figure out to start with. So fundamentally, he had to know that he was a finch and not some feathered human like me. He wasn't a pet, that's why I didn't name him. He was outside as much as he could be, like all the time. I wanted him to be able to see the flock so that he could be copying what they were doing. So these fledglings in flock birds, they learn from observing the elders around them. And so he didn't really know how to eat the grass, but I knew that he would if he watched the other ones doing it. And so that was my purpose. It wasn't so much to make friends with them at that stage, it was just so that he could copy them and be a finch, do what they did. And doing what they did meant that I had to keep putting him back on the grass stems, inching nearer to the flock so that he could study what they were doing. So the flock had a set routine that I learnt, and they would be in the grasslands at a certain time of day, but then they would go onto the short grass and start hopping around, eating the little gnats and the little leaf bugs for their protein intake. And then if they needed a drink, they would never go to the big river because that would be too risky for them. So they would find palms that had sort of kept little puddles of water within their fronds, these secret places that only they knew, and I knew that the finch would only know if the finch was sort of told by them. So a lot of spying and stalking was done from my point of view to kind of collect this intel.
So the release date approached, you'd done all of this work with the finch, and you were due to be flying back to the UK. And so you decided that it would actually be better if your husband was the person who released the finch, because you were more attached to the finch and he might not go as willingly. What was your goodbye like?
Oh, so basically every night for 3 months, at the end of the days, I would say goodnight to him, and it was sort of like a lullaby situation, when you read your children bedtime stories and kind of get them all tucked up and maybe stroke their heads, that sort of thing. Really, really loving part of the day, very tender. And I would do that with the finch, so he would love to be stroked, especially the side of his head. And he would start to loll to one side and his eyes would droop. And so that was the last time I saw him. I did that. And the only difference was that I knew that I was never going to see him again, or if I did, it wouldn't be in the same situation. And so I said goodbye to him, and that particular time, it was as if he knew maybe something, because he really didn't settle very well, and he kept wanting more strokes. And, I kept sort of being quite sentimental at that point, and telling him I loved him and whispering it was going to be okay. And imagine just abandoning your dog when you didn't want to. It's like that, except for he was wild, and that was the difference. But he didn't feel wild, he felt like my baby. So I said goodbye to him, goodnight, feeling so like I was betraying him, because of course he didn't know what was going on. It was a horrible plan coming to the fore, and he had no idea. So I felt horrible, guilty as anything.
It must have been such an agonising waiting to hear from your husband how the release had gone.
Yeah, as soon as I got off the plane, for example, I phoned up Robin, and without saying hello, I was like, where's the bird? What's happened? Worrying that he'd been released and it was already dead or lost in the wild. And that didn't happen, luckily, because I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. But it did take a couple of days. And then he did it. He made it. Just casual mobile phone conversations. It means absolutely everything to me. This news coming. Robin explained what had happened and how the bird had been really reluctant for a few days. Robin had taken him out. He sort of offered him up to the flock, so to speak. And the bird hadn't quite known what to do, didn't quite know. And on the 4th day, he went with them, and he flew high. He flew high and strong. It wasn't just a little skip and a jump with the flock. He flew high with them, over back to roost with them, and he'd done it.
Where were you when he told you that?
So I'm really glad I was where I was. I was up in a top meadow in Oxfordshire with the wind in my hair, looking up at the sky, really, feeling very emotional, just like I do now, really, because it is such a big deal. And when I heard the news, I sort of just stared upwards and thought of this bird who had become such a part of who I am. He had redefined my identity, he had changed my outlook on life, and he had done it. He had actually made it. And so for me, I felt like a part of me had made that too. He has stayed a part of me, the strongest part of me and the most loving part of me. And there he was, wild again.
You told me about the sort of day-to-day changes, like with your OCD, how looking after this finch had really, really helped you day to day and deal with all those things. Did it feel like looking after the finch had actually made a more profound change?
Yeah, every ounce of me has changed, I feel. So, this is why I decided to write a book. I wouldn't have written about my OCD in the book if I didn't think it was an important part of it and how it linked together. And it felt really, really liberating, because admitting it to myself had been a hurdle I had stuck with and not done for 25 years. I hadn't told my husband I had OCD until I was 32. And then suddenly I was writing about it in my book because it felt so important to explain that this finch had changed my life, and my life actually needed changing. I had quite big mental health problems. I was also just fundamentally lost, and I think a lot of people are maybe putting the wrong emphasis on what they're chasing, and I really wanted to share this essence of how connecting with nature, and you don't have to have a bird in your hair for 84 days, you don't have to do this extreme thing that I did. You can just connect. As a result of the finch, I am now doing all sorts of things in England. I'm a conservationist, I'm writing about that now. I feed a flock of farmland birds, all of which are on the red list of highest conservation concern, all of which who remind me of the finch every day. So I do these things, and it's all because of this one little bird.
So I read this quote of something that your husband said to you before you moved to Ghana. He said, "Don't worry, it'll be great. You'll love the birds." Do you ever joke about that with him?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I put him in the acknowledgements, the very, very last sentence of the book. In some ways, that's the whole book. It's just that one sentence. Don't worry, you'll be fine, you'll love the birds. Well, yeah, that turns out, but it took 7 years. He was right. Thanks, Robin. And I love the birds. I'm a complete bird lover, bird obsessed.
You did go back to Ghana after the release of the finch, and you went to where that flock of birds all hung out near your house, and you went to look for him. What happened?
What happened was I was looking for the flock. I was seeing all the different birds, found the flock. They were coming back to roost in the mango trees outside my house, and couldn't, no idea which one he was, whether he was alive, just didn't know. And then one bird circled back round and perched on the nearest branch he could get to me. And they don't do that, wild birds do not do that, completely unprecedented. And that's because that was my finch. He looked at me, he inspected me, he's cocked his head, I chirped, he chirped, and then he flew away. And actually, he did that a few times, and it was the most incredible satisfaction of, the proudest moment in my life. Reuniting with this bird. But at the same time, there was bittersweetness, because, of course, my instinct was to sort of hug him and love him and tell him I missed him and catch up and have him back in my hand, back in my hair, feel the feathers and the skin together. And, of course, I didn't get that. But that was the reward of him being wild. So,
when was the last time you saw him?
Just before we left Ghana. I'd love to imagine him still alive. I mean, there's a possibility that he is alive. I like to think that he is. It was a while ago now, but it will never fade as a memory.
Writer and bird lover Hannah Bourne-Taylor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, there's more information and resources available online. Go to bbc.co.uk/actionline or befrienders.org.
This is the BBC World Service asking, can Bangladesh's clothing industry go green and still keep costs down?
Bangladesh has positioned itself as a country where clothes are made in a more environmentally friendly way. But green technology comes at a price. So who's paying for it?
Bangladesh's clothing conundrum at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tego pozdrowienia z Warszawy ceniliście
Pływek Wanda Jadwiga, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa, którego bardzo dużo stacji woła, więc pewnie tutaj będę starał się oczywiście wszystkich to wyłowić, żeby każdy mógł to połączyć. Powtórzenie zniku taki bardzo mocno tego mi zalatuje. Piątka, dziewiątka, 5 punktów i Mikołaj Adam. SP5 Pływek Wanda Jadwiga, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa.
Witaj Piotrze, odbieram Cię z Milanówką z raportu.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiam również i do usłyszenia w kolejnych łącznościach i może jeszcze w konkursie. Na częstotliwości Stefan Paweł 9. Wanda, Irena przez 9, proszę.
Stanisław Paweł 3, Wanda, Irena, łamane 9. Piątka, dziewiątka, Piotr, dla Ciebie raport. Imię moje Jerzy Jurek, a skutecha piwniczna zdrowie wakacyjne urlopowe skutecha w obecnej chwili SP91 potrzebowuje 39.
No to tutaj można powiedzieć bardzo po koncertu. No 5-9 nowy sąd oczywiście, 5 punktów w konkursie Natalia Stefanowa.
191 specywowej 69, tak to też zaklep. No widzę, że ty masz stały przydział tutaj, bo 2 lata temu też była 5 punktów i też litera A. Także w tym konkursie widzę, że masz stary przydział. No fajnie. Wszystkiego najlepszego życzymy tu od naszej ekipy. Stróże i Bortnik z Tarnowa. Do usłyszenia.
Natalia. Oczywiście tutaj w Nowym Sączu Piotrek, Nowy Sącz. Literka A jak Adam i 5 punktów w konkursie limanowskim. Widzę, że mieliśmy na 40 metrach łączność, więc tylko 5 punktów dzisiaj będzie.
Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefanowa, Stefanelka 5 Szula, witaj Piotrze, z tej strony również Piotr, Skutecha Legionowo. Dziękuję za 5 punkcików i powodzenia 74.
Piotrek Nowy Sącz do przypomnienia 5 punktów w konkursie limanowskim. Proszę bardzo, S6 Danuta Wanda Barbara. Dziękuję, pozdrawiam.
ST8 Maria Adam Roman.
ST8 Maria Adam, dobry wieczór. Witam serdecznie Mariuszu, 9 Piotrek Nowy Sącz. Widzę, że mieliśmy łatwość na 80, więc na pewno tutaj w konkursie nie mogę rozdać. Proszę bardzo, mikrofon do ciebie. ST8 Maria Adam Roman,
Witaj Piotrze, 5 punktów się przyda, a wtedy literkę jak opisywałeś?
Wtedy było 5 punktów i literka A, dzisiaj bez punktów i no po prostu łączność trafia do lotu. Gdyby w jakiś które się nie zasypa tutaj, dlatego każdą łączność, jeżeli jest nawiązana, stałaby się logować, żeby w razie czego nie było tutaj jakichś problemów. ST8 Maria Adam Roman, ST9.
5, 9, oczywiście dla słuchających Mariusz Łuku, 5, 9 Łuku, dziękuję bardzo i powodzenia w akcji. Jutro ostatni dzień.
Tak, dziękuję bardzo, również wszystkiego dobrego i powodzenia życzę. Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefan Adam.
Stefan Kłebek 8, Maria Franek Kłebek.
Danuta Adam Ewa, proszę bardzo.
Stefan Paweł 9, Danuta Adam Ewa. Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefan Adam. Proszę do Ciebie, raport dla Ciebie 5-9.
ST9 Danuta Adam Ewa, ST9 Natalia Stefan Adam. Dobry wieczór, Aleksandrze. 5-9 Piotrek Nowy Sącz, 5 punktów w konkursie i literka A jak Adam. ST9 Danuta Adam Ewa, ST9 Natalia Stefan Adam.
Stefan Paweł 9, Nata, to Stefan Paweł 9, Danuta Adam Ewa. Dokładnie zgadza się 5-9. Dziękuję za 5 punktów, za literkę 7-3 do jutra.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiam 73 Kłębek.
Stefan Kłebek 8, Maria Franek Kłebek.
Irena Tadeusz, proszę bardzo.
Irena Tadeusz Paweł, łamane Paweł.
Irena Tadeusz Paweł, łamane przez Paweł. ST9 Natalia Stefanowa, witam serdecznie. 5-9 odbieram Piotrek Nowy Sącz. Widzę, że tutaj mieliśmy jakieś kiedyś łączność. A w konkursie jeszcze nasza pierwsza łączność, więc 5 punktów i literka A
Dobrze, dziękuję serdecznie, wszystkiego dobrego i trzymaj się ciepło, cześć. Dziękuję również, pozdrawiam wszystkiego dobrego, 73.
Maria Franek, Quebec.
Maria Franek, Quebec.
Stefan Quebec 8, Maria Franek, Quebec.
Okej, Stefan Quebec 8, Maria Franek, Quebec, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa, Piątka Dziewiątka, Quebec, Nowy Pol, 5 konkursy interwalia szkoda. SP8, Maria Franek, Quebec, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa.
SP9 NSA, SP8 NSA, dziękuję bardzo. Zapraszam Piątka Dziewiątka. Moje imię Paweł, a nowe jest włączne koło Lublina. SP9 NSA, SP8 NSA.
SP8, Maria Franek, Quebec, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa. Dziękuję za łączność, pozdrawiam, wszystkiego dobrego. Do usłyszenia 73.
Wszystkiego dobrego, dziękuję bardzo za punkty.
Na częstotliwości Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefanowa.
Stefan Paweł 9, Stefan Cezary Zygmunt.
Stefan Paweł 9, Stefan Cezary Zygmunt. Piotrek Nowy-Sącki, w konkursie numerowskim litera A jak Adam. SP9, Stefan Cezary Zygmunt, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa.
Witam, cześć, moje imię Tomek, wracam dla Ciebie 5-9. Dziękuję za punkty, że mi teraz pozdrawiam. Do usłyszenia.
SP9, Stefan Cezary Zofia, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa. Dziękuję serdecznie, pozdrawiam, wszystkiego dobrego, 73, do usłyszenia. Na częstotliwości Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefanowa w konkursie limonowskim. SP9, Ewa Maria Irena, dobry wieczór. 5-9, Piotrek Nowy-Sącki. Ewa Maria Irena, SP9, Natalia Stefanowa.
Bardzo mocny, dynamiczny sygnał. 5-9 Marian i nadają Staciszowa. Koło 20 watów. Jego G90. Pozdrawiam, powodzenia.
Dziękuję serdecznie, również pozdrawiam bardzo ładnie tutaj w Nowym Sąsie sobie 20 watów. Dziękuję, pozdrawiam, 73. Korwet na częstotliwości Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefanowa.
Stopkowej 9, Emilia Yokohama Wanda?
Proszę, Michał. SP9 Jadwiga, Yokohama Wanda, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa. 5-9 oczywiście.
Harun jest 5-9 przez 20, bardzo ładny sygnał, można będziemy się przywitać. No, może nie wiem, czy to na sobie to będę się zmieniała aktywnie. Może tam jakieś takie, że chciałeś parę punktów zdobyć. No, jest, nie zatrzymuję, powodzenia i do usłyszenia.
No, również wszystkiego dobrego. Dużo korespondencji. Na razie, dzięki.
Trzymaj się, do usłyszenia.
Na częstotliwości Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefanowa w konkursie limonowskim.
Irena Maria Barbara.
Natalia Stefanowa.
SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam. Z tej strony SP2 Irena Maria Barbara. Witam, dobry wieczór. Nie szkodzi w każdym razie, nie byłem pewny siebie, bo tu nie mam logo otworzonego. I mówię sobie, kolega woła, to również zawołam, nie szkodzi, bo widzę, że tam dużo korespondentów nie ma, także fajnie. Także 5, 9, bardzo ładny sygnał w Toruniu. Tutaj Jurek Toruń na przypomnienia. Taki raport mogę dać 5, 9, spokojnie. Dziękuję serdecznie za krótkie QSO. Pozdrawiam. 73 i do kolejnego usłyszenia.
Dziękuję również za dobrego usłyszenia w kolejnym dniu.
73.
Pan Paweł 5, a tam Karol Paweł.
Adam Paweł Paweł.
Ja Roger Piotr, kłaniam się, 5-9 odbieram w Ołtarzewie. Ale pytanie, bo Rimanowa ma 2 razy A, ja to chyba od ciebie mam drugą. Także piękne dzięki, wszystkiego dobrego na dziś wieczór.
Tak, no w słowie wyrazie Limanowa jest 2 razy A. Wiele z niestety, pracują wiele z niestety, chyba to się każdy zrobić. Się podtrzymuje. Tak to jest regularnie, to jest rozliczane. Adam Karol Paweł, a 9 to jest pożądane.
Wszystkiego dobrego, Piotr, na cały dzisiejszy wieczór. Mam nadzieję, że się jeszcze może spotkamy. Może, ale ty już chyba będziesz kończył dzisiaj, tak, Over?
No jak tutaj będzie to może jeszcze spróbuję zawołać na 40 metrów. Ewentualnie jeszcze jutrzejszy dzień zostanie też pewnie popracuje. Dziękuję, pozdrawiam. 93 do usłyszenia.
Do usłyszenia, dzięki.
9 Natalia Stefanowa.
Wywołanie w konkursie limonowskim woła Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia Stefan Adam. Wywołanie w konkursie limonowskim. Dorota Zygmunt.
Odbieram Piotrek Nowy Sąd. 5 punktów w konkursie limonowskim i literka A ja gadam. SP8 Dorota Cezary Zygmunt, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam.
Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia, Stefan Adam, Stefan Paweł 8, Cezary, Dorota Zygmunt, Cezary, Dorota Zygmunt. Witam Piotrze, oczywiście, raport dla Ciebie 5-9 plus 15, moje imię Janusz, Kędzierz, Kołdewicy, Podkarpacie. Oczywiście dziękuję za punkty i dziękuję za literkę. Stefan Paweł 9, Natalia, Stefan Adam, to Stefan Paweł 8, Cezary, Dorota Zygmunt.
8 Cezary, Dorota Zygmunt, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam. No taką znowu to dzisiaj na 80 niestety dla Ciebie nie wiem, ponieważ nie możemy, łączność zawsze możemy powtórzyć, natomiast tylko raz jest punktowana ta łączność i raz tylko przydzielam literkę. Zapraszam ewentualnie na poszukiwanie, żeby pracował na tacznie 40 metrów, tam jeszcze do zdobycia będziesz miał 5 punktów dodatkowe w konkursie. Także jest to możliwe, że dzisiaj, a jak nie, no to jutro gdzieś tam po tacznie 40 metrów będę próbował nawoływać. SP8 Cezary Dorota Zygmunt, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa.
SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, to Stefan Paweł 8, Cezary Dorota Zygmunt. No oczywiście Piotrze zrobiliśmy sobie łączność 13 lipca, widzę właśnie w vlogu. No ale to nie jest to, wiadomo, jak się nie liczy, tak jak nie liczy, ale łączność zaliczyliśmy. A więc dzięki, pozdrawiam, będę się szukał na 40. SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, to Stefan Paweł 8, Cezary Dorota Zygmunt. 70, trzymaj się, cześć.
Dziękuję bardzo, pozdrawiam, do usłyszenia. Stefan Paweł 9 Natalia
Stefan Paweł, łamane Dorota Ludwik 5, Dorota Barbara Olga prosi.
Stefan Paweł, łamane przez Dorota Ludwik 5, Dorota Barbara Olga, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, Piotrek Stefana Wysłał 5-9, raport na koniec, w konkursie eliminackim SP łamane przez DL5, Dorota Barbara Olga, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam.
Witam serdecznie, dobry wieczór Piotrze, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, SP łamane Dorota Ludwik 5, Dorota Barbara Olga. Odbieram na 5-9 leciutkim QSB, na imię mi Arnold, a nadaję z Pokrzydowa, to mała wioska położona niedaleko Brodnicy. Piotrze, dziękuję za literkę A, tak, no że tak powiem z rozpędu na 7 robiłem łączności, jakoś się tego trochę zaczyna zbierać się na tym konkursie limanowskim. Także dziękuję tutaj za literkę A i za punkty. Wszystkiego najlepszego, przyjemnego wieczoru przy radiu i przy rozdawaniu tutaj punktów przy tym dyplomie, Piotrze. SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, SP łamane DL5 DBO, dziękuję i życzę jeszcze raz miłego wieczoru przy radiu.
SP łamane przez DL5 Danuta Barbara Olga, SP9 Natalia Stefan Adam, dziękuję serdecznie. Powodzenia w konkursie. Klasa Rosnita Górnicza, to są najważniejsze za zapowiedzi tej całej zabawy. Dziękuję, pozdrawiam, 73 do usłyszenia.
Dziękuję Piotrze, także najlepszego i do usłyszenia.
SP9 Henryk Wioletka Wioletka.
Dobry wieczór, Pani Janie, 5-9. Mocno czytelnie. Wszystkim Piotrek Nowicowi. Ładnych punktów w literek. SP9 Henryk Wioletka Wioletka. SP9 Natalia Stefanowa.
No dobra, to szkości, tu SP9 Henryk Wioletka Wioletta. Coś chciałem powiedzieć, że na 4,5 miałem łączność z tobą wczoraj, to mam 2 literki, a ty 1 literkę.
Tylko jedno. Ja mogę tylko prezydentowi dać literkę, więc no trzeba po prostu szukać drugiej stacji. A jest na pewno druga stacja, która rozdaje drugie A czy pierwsze A, zależy jak sobie kto wpisze. W każdym razie stacja limanowa są 2 literki A, więc trzeba zrobić 2 różne stacje. Łączność oczywiście z 2 różnymi stacjami. SP9 Henryk Wioletta Wioletta, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa.
Okej, ale dzisiaj propagacja była taka, słuchałem sobie na 7 tam przez dłuższą chwilę, to śladową, także no, dlatego nie słyszałem na 7 wiele stacji. Trzymaj się, dobrej nocy, cześć.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiam, 73 do usłyszenia. SP9 Natalia Stefanowa w konkursie limanowskim. SP9 Olga Urszula Maria, dobry wieczór. Bogdanie 5-9 Piotrek Nowy Sąd. Widzę, że w tym roku jeszcze nie mieliśmy łączności, więc 5 punktów i literka daje spada. SP9 Olga Urszula Maria, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa. Dziękuję bardzo, pozdrawiam, 73. Na 130 sekundowi 9 Natalia Stefanową. Olga Cezary.
Okej.
Proszę cały znak.
Pan Paweł 7, Wanda Olga Cezary.
7 Wanda Olga Nowy Sącz, 5 punktów w konkursie Minusy i literka A1. SP7 Wanda Olga Cezary, SP9 Natalia Stefanowa.
Okej, SP9 NSA, SP7 Wanda Olga Cezary. Witaj Piotr, 5-9 Maciej Stawiecko. Dzięki za pozdrawiam.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiam, wszystkiego dobrego.
SP9 Maria Dorota Yokohama.
SP9 Maria Dorota Yokohama. SP9 Natalia Stefanowa. Dobry wieczór, Kubercie 5-9 Piotrek Nowy Sącz. Widzę, że mieliśmy łączność na 40 metrach już w tym konkursie, więc tylko 5 punktów. Wędruje do aż 5 punktów. Ostatni jaki mogę rozdać dla siebie. SP9 Maria Dorota Yokohama. SP9 Natalia.
Okej, witam Piotrze. SP9 Maria Dorota Y5-9 punktów i literkę. Z tej strony Hubert Radzimo. Dziękuję, pozdrawiam. Za chwilę jeszcze tam na tym klubowym Karolia Piłka Króla będę wolał. Do usłyszenia.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiam, do usłyszenia.
songwriter Joan Shelley with that track, Stay on My Shore, from her 2015 album, Over and Even. It is now 15 minutes to 8, and we go to our report from Parliament, the House, today with Phil Smith.
Kia ora. Professor Smith Aho, now my kita whare, welcome to the House. Late last year, Parliament's Standing Orders Committee began meeting to ponder how it might tinker with Parliament's rules, at least with the rules that will apply for the next 3-year session of Parliament, post-election. Quite a few interesting people turned up to offer the committee their own suggestions and ideas. One of them particularly caught my attention, partly because of the unbent surety and passion in his strongly argued contentions, and partly because he happened to be a former Prime Minister. Sir Geoffrey Palmer, who was only an MP for 4 terms, but was responsible for an astonishing amount of parliamentary and constitutional reform. And while it is very nearly 33 years since he ended his term as Prime Minister, he has never stopped imagining better ways of doing things. We met recently in his office at the University of Wellington Law School, just across the road from Parliament, because I was keen to hear more of his ideas about the current threats to and potential selves for our democracy.
The perils for democracy arising from a great many issues that we've had, both nationally and internationally, they've weakened the prospects for democracy generally.
It does seem to be kind of on the skids a bit at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, the modern scholarship, which I've been through pretty carefully, says that rot and decay can easily set in, and has in many countries. You only have to look at places like Hungary and what is going on in Russia. And indeed, a lot of the African countries. There are many more dictatorships than there used to be. Populism is very rampant, and populism really stems from authoritarianism. And authoritarian populism is a sort of dangerous competitor to democracy these days. And the international research shows that democracy is not nearly as fashionable as it was.
And not nearly as redoubtable as we might imagine.
No, it's very fragile. And it's fragile because democratic societies operate on openness. They operate on free speech, and that allows the opponents to use it against them. The development of social media has made the conduct of democratic government greatly more difficult. Many diverse voices, with enormous confusion, and a great tendency towards conspiracy theories. None of those things are helpful if you're going to have a stable democracy.
So what should we do then?
Well, what we need to do is to take a very big look at our own democracy. The problem is this: there are so many issues crowding in to the political agenda. When you have emergencies, when you have COVID, that had an enormous effect on the system of government. You can't do everything at once in any system of government. But we've had the pandemic. That produced a loss of social cohesion. That loss of social cohesion has to be recovered, or you get dangerous to your democratic future. And that really comes down to the central democratic institution in New Zealand, which is Parliament. Now, the Parliament in New Zealand is rather a strange beast, because it has 120 members, it has no upper house. We live in a country with few checks and balances. The result of that is that the government dominates the Parliament like a colossus. The government has 28 or 27, it might be now, MPs in the government. And the Speaker, you add the Speaker, so that's about nearly 30 members who are making the decisions. They're not part of the accountability mechanism.
And another 30 MPs will also be government MPs even if they're not in the government. So that only leaves, 60 MPs if you're lucky to watch the government.
And the difficulty about that is that the Westminster system of government is based on a very clear theory that the executive government, that is to say the ministers and the public servants, are accountable to the Parliament.
Yep.
But they can't be accountable to the Parliament if there aren't enough members to do the work. the MPs in New Zealand are drastically overworked, that they do not have enough time to do all the work that is on the order paper for legislation, far less than to look closely at the appropriations, which are enormous sums of money these days, and they have to be, the estimates have to be considered quite rapidly. Nobody could do that job effectively, even if they were completely free to work on it and do nothing else, but they're not. Many MPs sit on several select committees. 조선 교원 강조입니다.
조선교원 방송입니다.
영광스러운 우리 조국 조선민주주의 민공화국 만세.
조선인민의 모든 승리의 소집자이며 선도자인 조선노동당 만세.
청취자들이 오늘은 7월 16일 일요일 언니들은 오늘 수목합니다. 오늘 조선주의를 시작하겠습니다. 사진들의 사실은 내일의 가게집에서 만날 수 있기까지 제가 하루 쓰고 다 실수를 볼수 있는데 만승부터 제가 다 인생 생각을 일으키고 있거든요. 가게집에서 24시까지는 제가 720km를 했습니다. 그럼 오늘의 가게집으로 집에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 6시에 모두 완료했다고 6시 지금 땅치리진 나라 어딘가를 떠났으니 이런 생각을 했습니다. 이렇게 이렇게 시민들은 그곳에 하나는 잘못한 사진을 담았습니다. 이런 생각을 했습니다. 8시엔 그것이 오늘의 시간이 있습니다. 10시엔 저기가 11시는 저보기랑 제일 어떤 연극 피우신지 이것은 제가 보여줬지 모두에게서 말씀하셨습니다. 10시쯤 여러분이 말씀하셨습니다. 10시쯤은 감사님께서 성령을 속에서 네 번째로서 말씀하셨습니다. 12시는 어디서부터 인지 그를 이런 분들을 말씀하셨습니다. 15시 우리 국가는 노동당의 성실하게 반대의 세력들을 펼쳐줍니다. 나라의 관계 세계 만들기 위한 대변적 세상은 진화를 실현해 나가기는 유명한 친구 동시에 중요한 연대 이름이 8시에 공기가 있고 8시에는 유명한 대사를 모셔주시오 이런 분들을 말씀드리겠습니다. 11시에는 음악을 전해드립니다. 11시 36분에는 한부와 골반이 차요. 이런 점으로 슬슬 시작하겠습니다. 2시에 37분 백수산하로 만든다는 이런 점으로 한방송 말씀에서 이어서 음악을 전해드리겠습니다. 스마트시에 스마트 시기적인 가능성을 넣었다. 스마트 시기적인 생명자도 생각한다. 스마트 시 33년부터 스마트 시기적인 것에 물품에서 인간한 것을 열쇠번째로 강조드리겠습니다. 무엇부터 당신만한 것들은 음악을 전해드립니다. 지금까지 오늘의 방송 소식을 처리해서 알려드리겠습니다. 모두는 출력합니다.
우리의 고전적 용사. 이 시간에는 위대한 연구자 김정동 씨께서 지으신 우리의 고전적 용사 대동강의 해마디를 Show us your grace. Holy Spirit, move in this place. Purify our heart. Purify our heart. Holy Spirit, oh, purify our hearts. We repent of all our sins. We repent.
长安山里从开发到完成制作呢，有3年的时间，中间有很多挑战。我们实际上画了一张这个李白、高叔他们的这个可以说人生的轨迹啊。说到理念呢，我们有4个关键词，第一个就是唐风，然后诗意、壮美，还有考究。唐代是中国文化，特别是诗歌文化鼎盛的一个时期。长安三万里提及的唐诗呢有42首，特别像《将进酒》、《静夜思》。
The supermarket sector as the sector that should be investigated first.
So your summation, I know you're not an economist, but we're not out of the woods.
We're not out of the woods. Well, people generally at ground level are not out of the woods. There's more.
Informații, ieșire din partea dreaptă pentru Felipe, trece dincolo de centrul terenului, pasă pentru Cătălin Cristei, foarte activ de când a intrat pe teren.
Para que hablen de un tema concreto y de alguna manera se haga ese intercambio y ese aporte desde la visión académica y la profesional sobre un tema en cuestión, en un formato muy informal. Este año vamos a trabajar en el foro tecnológico en Málaga, en lo que era la antigua fábrica de tabacos. Es un lugar.
小鉢料理は数えてみたら17もありました。
大ごちそう。
どれもみんな美味しい中で、とりわけウニやマグロの刺身が素晴らしく、もう東京から来た友人もニコニコキャッキャッキャッキャッと無調。
لكن تؤثر بهفري عامين في شهيد تبن هم مزن تردبا تدري تردبا ام وكا هفري مزرعة ناهل انتقال تجمرة دور قرتية تجارا لآسمان ولات روجي
يؤفكون كذلك يؤفك الذين كانوا بآيات الله يجحدون الله الذي جعل لكم الأرض قرارا والسماء بناء وصوركم فأحسن
en un nuevo programa. Mientras tanto, pueden seguir en la sintonía de Radio Exterior de España.
Desde ya nos ponemos a trabajar en la siguiente edición de Amigos de la Onda Corta. Adiós.
Dicen que los mejores amigos se cuentan con los dedos de una mano. Ven, te presento a los míos. El amigo que siempre llega a la hora.
Son las 10, las 9 en Canarias. Radio 5.
El amigo más erudito.
Partitura del año 1972 de Radio Clásica.
El amigo que nunca se pierde un concierto. El amigo que no para de viajar. Radio Exterior de España. A mí ya me conoces.
Pues claro, claro que sí.
Soy tu amigo de siempre.
En la radio pública, en la nuestra.
¿Y contigo?
Soy una adicta a Radio Nacional de España.
Gracias, gracias. Estamos todos.
Seguir así que sois fabulosos.
Estás entre amigos. Estás en Radio Nacional de España.
En la radio de todos.
Alianza 2030, en Radio 5 y Radio Exterior de España. Con Laura Prieto.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos como cada semana a Alianza 2030. Con motivo de la celebración el pasado 7 de junio del Día Mundial de la Seguridad Alimentaria, ANICE, la Asociación Nacional de Industrias de la Carne de España, quiso poner en valor que la industria cárnica española es un referente en calidad y seguridad alimentaria a nivel mundial, con una apuesta constante por poner en el mercado alimentos elaborados bajo los más elevados estándares de calidad. Hay que recordar que la seguridad alimentaria es un derecho fundamental que protege la salud de los consumidores y promueve sistemas alimentarios seguros y sostenibles.
El placer es mío. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, por ponernos en contexto, en 2002 entró en vigor el Reglamento 178 de la Unión Europea, por el que se establecen los principios y los requisitos generales de la legislación alimentaria. Este reglamento ha tenido luego diversas modificaciones y se reforzó en 2004 con el paquete de higiene de los alimentos, introduce el concepto de cultura de seguridad alimentaria.
Köl hastanı geçtiği zaman duyuyoruz. Tramvay geçtiği zaman.
Ya o da çok ters yerde bu abi. Çekmeköy'ün yani bu tarafa
biraz fazla ters yerde bize göre. Ben de duyamıyorum onu yani. Duyuyorum, konuşuyoruz ama yani net oturtulu değil. Да, вот им бы сейчас вас стоили типа на
Извини, без эмоций.
Има по-бешийски мост.
Нали бях сибирски бе. Днеска някой му поправи сибирски мост.
Също, аз за това казвам така. Сега се връщам за него.
Окей, аз стигам до източа.
Vediamo today. Io non sento, Dario, mi senti? Allora, la seconda antenna, ora mettiamo la terza antenna e proviamo. No, Gianni, ho messo l'antenna là dentro.
No, ma scusa, non arriva. Vabbè, dai, abbiamo fatto la prova.
Sì, ti conto che c'ho 3 antenne, quindi immagino quando mi sento qualcuno. Ah, buono, mi sposto, Gianni.
Va bene, Francesco.
Okay, 136 progressive to me, okay? Many thanks, bro. Have a nice day. Good day to you, my friend. Good activation. Ciao, bye, thank you.
همگی افراطی نه تنها عوارض مخرب وجودی داره بلکه
до замечательного драматического театра.
بسیار زیادیه. ما یه برنامه‌ریزی بازاررسانی رو تعریف کردیم. یک
tako, ne znam, se tiče što svima, jesi, nisi, nemam pojma. Ajde, šta ćemo i gde ćemo?
Pa važi, ne mogu.
Vremena